I was originally going to make a video on Sonics 2 and 3. In fact, I even wrote a big script for it. But really, one thing that got in the way so much with making these reviews is that Sonics 2 and 3 aren't really interesting to talk about. They completely redesigned the way they made levels for 2 to prioritize Sonic's speed, and Sonic 3 was able to reintroduce platforming back into the mix in a way that felt natural for Sonic's gameplay. The levels are great, Spin Dash is fucking cool, and the music kicks ass. They're great games. I recommend checking them out and playing them.
You don't know how to play for shit.
Why have I beaten all the other ones, huh?
Cause it's fucking Sonic. I passed that shit when I was 12.
But making a video just felt redundant. Also, if you want to know what I thought of Mania, it was fucking great. Best game in the series. It's on par with and even better in some areas than Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I have no idea why Sonic Team didn't just do this shit earlier. So I wanted to talk about a more interesting game, Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure is the kind of game I can only describe as Dreamcast. Dreamcast is the feeling you get when playing a quality video game on your Sega Dreamcast, the best video game console ever made. Sonic Adventure isn't the best game on the Dreamcast. That's Marvel 2. And Bangai-O, and Third Strike, and Hydro Thunder, and Gunbird 2, and Jet Grind Radio. But Adventure represents the console really well. In terms of aesthetics, yes, but it was also the most successful game in the library. Adventure can honestly be represented by the Dreamcast. They're both a bit unpolished. Like the Dreamcast is all noisy, its laser sounds like it's going to have a fucking stroke when reading shit off the disc, and when you boot up the console, the VMU sounds like it's going to blow up and screams at you. But when you actually start playing the good-ass games on it, you stop caring about those issues, because its library is just so fucking good. Everything in Sonic Adventure is also a bit clunky. It's kind of awkward, the camera gets stuck on shit, Sonic talks weird, Knuckles is black, but I can't help but love it because the game is just so much fun. People get really fucking emotional over Adventure for some reason. Like it's a really controversial game in some circles. Now here's a quick guide as to if you like Sonic Adventure or not, so you don't have to waste your time with this if you're actually just looking for a review. Did you play it as a kid? Then you'll probably like it. And if not, you probably won't. It's crazy to think about, but this fucking game is almost 20 years old now. And when you play a game a lot as like a 7-year-old kid, that shit sticks in your soul. So you know what? I can't necessarily separate my nostalgia for this game, but I'm gonna do my best and try to talk about the game without falling back on this emotional shit just because I played it as a kid. We're gonna talk about the mechanics, how shit got translated over from 2D. We'll follow some of the stories and see how Sonic Team did writing a plot, and we'll have fun doing it. And one more thing. This isn't some definitive review of Sonic Adventure or anything stupid like that. There's this new meme on YouTube, which is to watch a video of some game that's like 2 to 3 hours with some snarky contrarian point of view, usually with some quippy little video title, and they just seem so up their own ass, like their opinion is some beacon of brilliance. This video is just long because I have a lot to say about Sonic Adventure. My thoughts on something aren't any more relevant or important than any other guy in a comments section or image board post.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, fuck. The first thing that happens when you start the game as Sonic is surprisingly that he talks.
Watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah!
Okay, let's just get this shit out of the way, alright? We'll do all the talking about the voice acting here, so we don't need to be talking about it later. In this game, he's voiced by Ryan Drummond, who does an alright job. The acting isn't too great, but then again, it's not really great for any of the other characters either. It's a mix of almost all of them being pulled from the theater, and this is probably one of their first jobs out of that environment, which makes sense. You have to go from actually interacting with other actors to saying lines in a dark room with a director giving you little bits of feedback. And the voice director was probably a bit like, oh, fuck it. You know, I'm just gonna put in the least amount of effort possible to get through the day. I'm just doing my job. Daily grind, am I right, gang? Because of this, all the characters talk like ransom notes. Every sentence sounds like it's completely devoid of any context.
That's Eggman! I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Even in the sequel, it still has this problem.
Since we've stopped the Chaos Emeralds, why is the space colony still on a crash course to Earth?
Alright, Knuckles, you're gonna be playing Knuckles. Anyways, we have these lines here. Just say it, alright? Since we stopped the Chaos Emeralds falling. But the voices are great at matching the characters' personalities, at least. And Drummond does have a lot of energy in his performance.
Come on, you big drip! Where you going?
He definitely works as Sonic. I could totally believe that's what he sounds like. But God, I can't think of any of these old voices anymore without thinking about the absolute shit show that came out of them being replaced in the later games. If you're too young to remember, which is actually a possibility now, let me give you a history lesson on some dumb shit on the internet. At some point in the series, this old cast was replaced with some new voices from 4Kids. And, to say people weren't big fans of these guys is an understatement. Let's Spax3 serenade you with his thoughts on Sonic's new voice at the time, Jason Griffith.
Dang, that just... I hate his guts. He sucks so much. I hate it. I mean, personally, if he got hit by a car and died, I'd cheer.
Now, I stopped playing Sonic games after Heroes. I didn't play Shadow, and I didn't have a next-gen console for the longest time. Well, besides a Wii.
Come on now. Wii? Come on, that little controller, baby, that looks like a dildo.
So I never got to play Sonic 06, but from what I can tell, the quality of the games after Heroes seemed to be in decline. The new voice cast came in right as they started Shadow, which seemed to not be very well liked, and right after was Sonic 06, which also wasn't great. And after that was Secret Rings, which I did pick that one up, but it was a bit weird. For some reason, all of Sonic's friends were Arab in this game, and it was on rails, which I didn't find very fun. I had to flick the controller a lot. So I think it was just that there was a string of mediocre games which fans were frustrated with, and these new voices were just going over the line. But people started acting like the games would be better if the old voice cast came back. It's like a really stupid version of Pavlov's dog, where these new voices are only in these terrible games. So they start to associate the new voices with the terrible games, and then start to believe that the games are terrible because of the new voices. This only got worse when Sonic got announced for Brawl. Because Griffith was voicing him, people made campaigns to call Nintendo of America and ask them to put Drummond in, just so he could go, whoa, take that. You want a piece of me? There were so many videos made in Windows Movie Maker telling people to call and write to Nintendo as if they were gonna fucking do anything. People cared about this shit a lot. This was serious, okay? People lost friends over this shit. Because of all the drama, people started making these videos that had black screens that were like, all right, guys, I'm leaving the Sonic fan base. And then they, just be making videos again 2 weeks later. One thing that's nice is that even if you hate the prospect of Sonic talking, it never really becomes a problem in-game at all, as his jump sound effect is based off the Genesis one, and he never hits you with any quips or anything during gameplay, unless you're playing as Tails. In fact, I think the only voice clip in the game is when you hit a power-up and he goes, yes! In these new games, Sonic never lets you forget he can talk, and they keep escalating it. I saw some footage for Sonic Forces, the new game, and Jesus, they're having full conversations during the levels.
I guess anyone who crosses Eggman gets a one-way trip to space. I don't do well in tight spaces. Had me locked up on the death egg. The one I came in on must be around here somewhere.
At least in Adventure, I can just play through and enjoy the stages without having to listen to Sonic's podcast. Anyways, the second thing that happens when you start the game as Sonic is surprisingly a boss. It's not hard or anything, like no one's gonna have trouble beating this guy, but there's a reason games don't normally do this. Usually when you start the first real level in a game, you're given a safe area in the beginning with no enemies or hazards around, so you can get used to the space and learn the movement and the controls, and get comfortable with them before you start the game. What's odd is that the first stage in Sonic Adventure 1 has this area. It even has some goodies in the back for you to discover if you take the time to play with the camera too. But when you're thrusted into a boss, you don't really have time to really comfortably learn the controls. So why do you fight a boss at the beginning of the game? Well, narrative purposes. Fighting Chaos right away allows us to get introduced right to our main threat, and it also lets us know Robotnik is back, and plotting something with this weird water monster gives you a bit of mystery as to how things will unfold. It's a hit in the gameplay for the purpose of the story, but they did a decent compromise as you get 2 rings for free so you don't die if he gets a stray hit on you, and plus this fight really only uses the jump button and that's it. But even with that, some people still make a big fuss about it. Maybe it's just a big no-go in those game design books written by weirdos. Hey, by the way, on a completely 100% unrelated note, this video is sponsored by Full Sail University. Spend $100,000 fucking dollars on our shitty game design degree. Anyway, Sonic hangs out with some bitches after beating Chaos and ends up having to go find Tails in the Emerald Coast, which introduces us to some very important aspects as to what makes Sonic Adventure so great. The level design and the stellar soundtrack. The stage is proof that Sonic's gameplay can absolutely be translated into a 3D space. If anything, 3D actually works better in one aspect, which is that you can actually see and react to the enemies and hazards in front of you. And Emerald Coast is just a fantastic stage that's throwing new shit at you all the time. You get these cool rubber band things that fling you at an angle, then you get to run away from this orca, you do some vertical platforming on this mountain, and then holy shit, the music changes to this amazing track remixed from 3D Blast, and Sonic is running at a 90-degree angle. While they have some branching paths on the level, they couldn't really get as crazy as they could in Sonic 3, so they made up for it by having stages be really dynamic, lots of little things to break up any feelings of tediousness. I feel as if Sonic Team has more ambition with these games than they actually put in. All these dynamic aspects of the stage are really cool, but they don't always work out so great. I imagine they wanted you going on the rubber bands until the end, but in practice you just kind of bounce off one or two of them and then go, I don't want to do this shit, what the fuck? Running up the hill is a real novel once you get it going, but the controls are a bit odd to get it working. You have to keep Sonic moving directly forward and can only make tiny movements in either direction. When I was a kid, my instinct was always to press left to keep Sonic on the wall, and I'd be bummed out because he'd just fall off. But I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid. But I think they knew this shit was a little bit janky because even though it probably took a fair amount of programming to get working, you only use it 2 other times on Speed Highway and Red Mountain, and you're not really punished hard for failing either of them. They introduce all sorts of one-off mechanics in stages, like these ice stalagmites or stalactites or whatever in Ice Cap, or the puzzles in Lost World. Some of them are more engaging than others. I think the pinball sections are really cool, both as a fun reference to the spin-off Sega Genesis game, and the fact that they put 2 different pinball stages in here. The Knights one is my favorite due to the cards, although it's probably just because I like Knights. I like that game a lot. Getting to the end of this stage is actually a lot of fun to figure out. The emerald is right in your sights, but it's just out of reach with a collision box preventing you from cheesing your way up, and you have to get enough rings to build a pile of them so you can jump to it. But overall, the more favorable stages keep these gimmicks to a minimum, like Red Mountain and Speed Highway. Sonic 3 and Knuckles had some stage gimmicks, but they were almost all things that would accelerate Sonic further, like these guys in Hydrocity, the platforms in Marble Garden, and even the ghosts in Sand Ocean exist to rush the player along even faster. It's one of the reasons the barrel is so stupid. Not only is it ass backwards to get working, but it's not satisfying to use because it doesn't even give you any extra speed aside from a little bit of extra verticality. But in Adventure there's a lot of things like the barrel. The ice stalagmites and Ice Cap just put you to a halt, although it's made up for by the cool snowboarding section. Same thing with the switch puzzle in Lost World, you're just kind of waiting around. Probably added all these things because they were a bit scared that Sonic's general mechanics couldn't carry the gameplay on its own, which is a bit dumb because it's a lot of fun to play as Sonic. Sure, his movement options aren't very deep, but Sonic doesn't need to be some super complex branching state machine, especially when interacting with the stages as is already really engaging and fun. And even though Sonic's mechanics are very simple, stuff like the spin dash is just so much fun to fuck around with, especially when you do it on an angled surface and he goes 80 miles into the air. I've neglected the story until now, which you might not think is very important, but guess what? You can't skip the cutscenes in Sonic Adventure.
Oh, jeez.
You have to watch it from all the characters' perspectives. The story in Sonic Adventure is integral to the core game. You spend like half your time in the game watching cinematics, so we're going to take some time out occasionally and look at this shit. It really is just confusing though. I mean, who the hell thought this was a good idea? Oh, this guy. Takashi Iizuka. Sorry about that. You see, this guy was the lead game designer on Sonic 3, and he wanted Sonic Adventure to be kind of a Sonic RPG. And everyone was like,
Oh, jeez.
I mean, okay, I guess what could go wrong, right? I mean, it's a bit weird, but maybe it could work, and it actually kind of does. I can't say I'm as engaged with it now that I'm older, but as a kid, I thought these cutscenes were really fun, and it kind of feels like an evolution in a way. 3 and Knuckles had a bit of a storyline to it with some lore and all that, but those are just some nice little additions to a fun platformer that aren't really that important. But in Sonic Adventure, now it's really important. Now it actually needs to be engaging. So they drug in this guy to write the story, Akinori Nishiyama. He mainly worked on the Phantasy Star games and has been a mainstay at the company since the Master System. So when they needed a writer, they probably just, looked around the offices, like snooping around the cubicles, and were like, I guess you'll do. And it ended up working out pretty well, and Nishiyama would go on to actually direct to the Sonic Advance series and Sonic Rush, which I fucking love, by the way. This game is fire. He also went on to produce a K-On! Game, which is kind of sad in a way. I mean, if he was earlier to the game, he could have maybe worked on a project for the obviously superior slice of life manga and anime series. The story's pretty simple, so I mean, what can you really fuck up? After Sonic finds Tails, they have to get the Chaos Emeralds before Robotnik does, so he doesn't feed them to the Chaos Monster, which he'll use to become the ultimate dictator of the world and make his amusement park. It's a fun story that fits with the antics of a blue rat that runs fast. Compare this to Sonic Adventure 2's story. Sonic gets arrested, the moon gets blown up, some CIA spooks chase Sonic and his friends, ancient technology in Egypt, abandoned space colony, a little girl gets murdered, Sonic dies, comes back to life 3 days later, Black Sonic dies, man gets shot by a firing squad, and a lizard gets fucked by a space laser. It's a bit much. While it does get a little annoying having to watch the cutscenes multiple times with different characters, they do an interesting thing to try and solve the problem. They wrote different scripts of dialogue for each character, and they actually wrote it to represent a scene from the perspective of the character you're playing as. Tails is the most obvious example with Robotnik. In Sonic's story, he sounds like a Saturday morning cartoon villain who's bumbling and cocky.
If it isn't Sonic!
But in Tails' story, they actually got his voice actor to sound threatening, implying that Robotnik probably creates some sense of fear in Tails.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Sonic and Tails.
Most of the bosses are actually programmed great. Like, they're not always fun, but they work. Except this one, where you just mash A in a rhythm until he dies. It's the first real boss in the game that wasn't Chaos Zero either, which is kind of unfortunate. You're probably also wondering what the fuck Sonic was doing there. But actually, you're probably not, because, this game's like 20 years old now, so you already know what the homing attack is, so alright. In Sonic 3, Sonic got this nifty move called the Instant Shield, which would come out when the player pressed a button while airborne. It would make Sonic's hitbox slightly bigger, and I believe it added some invincibility frames, but I can't be sure. Sonic Adventure doesn't really have a use for an Instant Shield though, and just trying to jump on an enemy, especially moving ones, is very frustrating. Any remotely smart player would end up adapting to this by just completely ignoring enemies in the stage. So the problem to solve is to make it fun to fight enemies in a way that doesn't hurt Sonic's momentum, and is practical and easy in a 3D space. The homing attack does a decent job at accomplishing all these goals. For one, it can be used as a quick way to gain momentum if Sonic were to slow down, and the way the attack works allows for it to have its very own unique platforming mechanics, something Windy Valley especially takes advantage of. It's not any deeper than pressing A at the correct time, but it's still decently satisfying to pull off and does a good job of diversifying the level design through Sonic's core gameplay. But the issue that keeps the homing attack from being great is this. When you hit the enemy with it, Sonic loses all of his momentum, which ends up making the flow of the game not as good as it could be, and also denies the mechanics some depth. Now let's break this down for a second so I can explain a bit better. Now I'm not a CAD cuck, so I can't give this to you in 3D, but it'll get the point across nonetheless. We have on the left here a profile view of Sonic's homing attack, and the one on the right is a top-down view. So what are you thinking will happen here? Right, Sonic bounces off of it like this. And the angle on the x-axis Sonic could bounce off of could be based on the direction the player's inputting at the time of contact, carrying the momentum, keeping the flow of gameplay strong, right? Well, wrong. What actually happens is Sonic just bounces straight up, completely dissolving all the momentum from the attack and the speed you've built up. The issue with it is that it heavily limits what you can do to design things around the homing attack, because at the end of the attack, Sonic will always end up in the exact same position, no matter what. Every segment that focuses on it is just a segment of a couple enemies in a line. If Sonic could keep the momentum, they could have designed these segments to be much more interesting, as Sonic would now be able to drift in the air based on the direction the player was holding when the homing attack hit. It's just very frustrating because the homing attack works well with fixing the issue of attacking enemies in a 3D space as Sonic, but simply adding this element could have turned it from a nice solution into a genuinely fun option in Sonic's moveset. Now I could see the reasoning for resetting Sonic's momentum after a homing attack in the issue where homing attacking an enemy by the ledge sends Sonic flying off the stage after the attack, which is a completely valid reason. Although after the homing attack you have the ability to use it again, so the player would still have an opportunity to save themselves in this situation. But if that's really the concern, perhaps this could have been met halfway. Maybe if Sonic hits an enemy and nothing on the stick is pressed, the game gets rid of the momentum and acts as it does now. But if the player is inputting the direction, he keeps it. Or he could keep it based on whether or not the homing attack button is held down at the point of impact. I don't fucking know. I don't even know why I'm spending this much time getting hung up on this.
It must get pretty lonely here.
Now seems like a good time to talk about the overworlds, or adventure fields as the game calls them, but I'm going to be calling them overworlds. After action stages, you can now move around an overworld and find your way to the next stage or cutscene. You also get this magic ball which gives you hints on where to go next if you get stuck.
Did you walk around the whole city?
The game includes 3 of them: Station Square, which is my personal favorite, the Mystic Ruins, and the Egg Carrier. It might be convenient to just label these worlds as filler, but I wouldn't, as to me, the definition of filler is to pad out the game length in a way that doesn't take much time and resources from the developer, and it's clear that there was some real effort and love put into these. They have completely original assets, and even have NPCs, which is very cute. In fact, I went on this website called Secrets of Sonic Team, which shows that originally they were going to have more NPCs hanging around, and it looks awesome. I guess they might have gotten cut due to time restraints, or maybe they took up too many resources, but damn does it look great. It's a nice surprise because I thought when I clicked on a website called Secrets of Sonic Team that it would just be all the employees jerking each other off. In fact, these NPCs actually have a lot of fun things about them that I don't see brought up often. It's a bit weird that humans are now in a Sonic game, but one thing that helps to keep the tone of the game a bit in check is the fact that Sonic never really interacts with the humans. Like, you can press A in front of them and they'll talk to you, but Sonic never responds, so even he knows it's a bit awkward and weird. Like this guy who starts talking about his girl troubles. I can't even imagine how fucking ridiculous it would be if Sonic actually started responding back to this guy with advice. You know, I really liked this girl and I thought I was gonna be with her forever, you know? It just came out of nowhere and I wasn't even able to prepare myself for it. I feel so lost and I'm not sure what I need to do to continue on with my life after this. Hey, you know, this is a lot like Also, unlike in Sonic 2006, which also had humans, it works more here because the humans are still stylized. They have a bit of an anime look to them, with bigger heads, big eyes, and cartoonish features, so it doesn't cause as much of a shock. Now, this might have just been to save a couple polygons for more important things like the environments and Sonic himself, but it ends up looking a lot better in time. There's a couple characters that even go through little arcs, like this guy who ends up getting the side bitch and dealing with the consequences, or the train workers who go on strike so the game can keep you from going to Mystic Ruins, who, by the way, got all their accommodations in less than 24 hours, which is pretty damn impressive. Oh yeah, and there's also the girl who wants to give a hand job to the guy at the burger shop. Also, I can't find anywhere to talk about chows real quick, so this is probably the best place. This game introduces these little Tamagotchi things called chow, which were really just a way to show off the VMU and what it could do, but they're still neat to mess around with. I don't fuck with them that much in this game as it's pretty underdeveloped, especially when compared to how expanded upon it would become in Adventure 2, but they're still kind of cool to play with, and there's even a mini game where you can race them. It's pretty cool that you can come back to the overworld after finishing a stage and you can do things like check in on your chow and see how these story developments are being handled by the NPCs. It wasn't necessary at all, but it makes the world feel lived in and comfy. Another great thing about the overworld is that they act as a nice stage to set all the cutscenes, meaning all they had to do was animate characters moving around it and play voice clips, which probably helped a lot with getting the game shipped on time. The overworlds are pretty funny to me due to how comically huge they are to accommodate Sonic's speed, but there's an issue, which is that it doesn't accommodate the other characters as well. Some are really slow, like Big and Amy, and half of their stories are just moving from one place in the overworld to another. You could say just to make them faster, but they dug themselves into a bit of a hole because they need the slow movement for their gameplay to work. So this is just an unfortunate side effect of having a shared overworld for all the characters and having the speeds between them vary heavily. One last thing about them, and most people won't care about this stuff, but it's a nice addition that the time of the day in the overworlds will change occasionally. Like there'll be a cool sunset with this pink skyline, and I love that shit. The only issue is there's no early morning segment where I get to walk around as Sonic before the sun rises and be all introspective and think about the shit that actually matters in life. Like when it truly means to go fast, or how, even though I have the speed to break through the sound barrier, I'll never be able to break through these feelings of self-judgment and helplessness. Or how I'm stuck with all these friends who I can't connect with on any meaningful dimensions in my life. Upgrades are introduced after Windy Valley in the sewer where you find the Lightspeed shoes.
Now you've got Lightspeed shoes.
This allows Sonic to dash through a series of rings that are close to each other after charging up for a bit. Sonic gets a couple more upgrades after this, but they all just kind of add to the Lightspeed dash. And this add-on that attacks enemies is more of a hindrance than anything, because you want to dash through some rings, but because of this stray enemy in Sonic's radius, he just does the attack instead. It's odd to me that you're forced to get this since it's never used in any level designs, not even the one you play right after getting it. Upgrades in general feel a bit weak in this game, like the spin attack Amy gets. There's no reason to ever use it as it brings her to a complete stop and her gameplay involves running away from something, so using it will just get you into more trouble. In fact, a lot of these are pretty useless. Big gets some fishing lines that are only really used if you want to get all the emblems, and Knuckles gets pimped out with so much shit I don't think anyone knows what it does. There's also a couple that I imagine were just normal parts of the character's movement before they decided to separate it and give it to them as an upgrade. Gamma's hover disc thing gives that vibe to me since his hovering ability is pretty integral to his stages in the first place. I think it was a mistake to make these upgrades additions to the character's movesets, especially when you're not doing anything too fun with them, like encouraging the player to revisit old levels with the new moves they've got that allow them to go down new paths or shortcuts. Maybe this could have some goodies, I don't know. Have some more of those special Chow eggs that were already put in the overworld, it'd be cool. You wouldn't even need to figure out how to access the Chow Garden from an action stage or anything crazy. Just code it as a flag that I found the egg, and then spawn it next to the stage entrance in the overworld after I finish the stage. And even if players didn't like the Chow Garden, it'd make for a fun collectible to get. Maybe it'd even introduce some people to the Chow's mechanics a bit better, since there's not much incentive to play around with them as they are now, and that's sad, because Chows are awesome. Adventure 2 would eventually take advantage of this idea a bit more, giving you extra upgrades like the melody or rare animals for the Chow if you were to revisit old stages with your new equipment. Maybe they could have instead went with giving you most of the moveset from the start. Maybe Sonic could get the Lightspeed Dash just so it gives you a little bit of a tutorial on how to use it, but for the most part, make these upgrades quality of life things for the mechanics, like allowing a character to accelerate to top speed faster. Wait a second, they did that. Yeah, they did that with Tails.
Look, it's your jet anklet.
He only has 2 upgrades he can get, and both of them are pretty well hidden. These 2 upgrades are some things for his shoes that make him fly a bit faster, aiding him in his races, and this little ribbon that makes it so you can mash his spin attack by holding the B button, as opposed to 1 spin per press. If they made more upgrades like this, I'd love the hell out of the feature and be a lot more receptive to it. Sonic has one of these kind of upgrades too, and getting it is actually pretty fun. It makes the Lightspeed Dash quicker to pull off, but the main drawback is that Sonic ends up wearing this little bracelet the rest of the game, and it's kind of silly. Although I do like the cyan, it's very Dreamcast. I like this button on the entrance of the casino that you have to press with your new Lightspeed ability to enter it. It's a cute way to mix upgrades into the world. I wish there were a couple more of these. I can't be too upset about it though, because even though the upgrades are underutilized the way they are, it's at least painless to use them to enter the level, which is something I can't say about getting into the next stage. After finishing Casinopolis and watching a cutscene, this key falls down from the sky, which you need to take to the entrance of the next stage. This is probably the worst kind of puzzle in any game ever. You're literally just carrying an object from one location to another, and it's not even like the destination is hidden. The game literally blows out any question as to where you need to take this thing when you enter the Mystic Ruins. The only thing that makes up for it is that at least my speed isn't decreased. I have no idea why or how these stupid puzzles make their way into games. Even the new God of War has a puzzle like this. Maybe there's somebody out there who gets some real satisfaction out of these, and God, I'd love to meet them. I bet they lose it when they get to ride the subway. The stage you get to play after is cool though. Ice Cap is great. It mixes things up a bit with some vertical platforming and has some nice ambient music the whole way through, but really what makes it so good is the snowboarding segment. I don't even care that it doesn't handle great. How do you not get pumped by this atmosphere? There's an avalanche chasing after you while this music is playing. It actually has some fun things in it, like some alternate paths, and these jumps that send you at a faster speed depending on what point of the slope you press the button. These 2 segments manage to make this thing really fun, even though you're never in any danger. Back to the story, Sonic and Tails have been getting some emeralds to keep Robotnik from making Chaos stronger and end up meeting Knuckles.
What's up, Knuckles?
Now in a weird decision, they carry the Knuckles fight right over from 3 and K, in that they're both equally disappointing and lame. In this one, it's even easier since you have the homing attack, so you can just press the A button a couple times and he barely puts up a fight.
Oh no. Give it your... Oh no.
It's about as hard as if I were to go outside and fight a real echidna.
Oh no. The Chaos Emeralds. Oh! Ha! Like taking candy from a baby. That's a Chaos Emerald.
Knuckles, don't tell me Eggman tricked you again.
Me? What about you? Now I have 4 emeralds. Chaos!
Chaos 4 is without a doubt the worst boss in the game. You have to fight this guy 3 times, completely unchanged. You just hop around on these lily pads waiting for him to finish his boring attack so he can raise his head out of the water for you to hit him. A couple of bosses in the game do this, where you're just waiting for cycles to end so that they can open themselves up for an attack. The bosses that are designed in this fixed way are the 3 Chaos 4 fights, Beta Mark II and the Egg Viper. But the latter 2 at least take advantage of these kind of bosses, which is that the developer has more control over the pacing of the fight. These 2 bosses feel more cinematic because of this, and they're very memorable. But Chaos 4? He's just fucking boring. and encompasses all the negatives of this kind of boss, which is that you're just waiting around, and you're not even trying to find openings or exploit weaknesses. In fact, you're not even fighting a boss, you're just avoiding obstacles. This is one of the few things Sonic Adventure 2 really improved on. All the bosses in that game at least feel like you're fighting something. Some of the bosses are still programmed in cycles, but the difference is that at least their hurt box is always out, which means that if you're smart or you have a certain ability that gets unlocked later, you can find alternative ways to hit them in the middle of their cycle.
Behold my floating masterpiece, the egg carrier!
Alright, I have to talk about this because it really made me mad as a kid. Robotnik shows off his giant ship with a really nicely done pre-rendered cutscene, but afterwards it just looks terrible in comparison. Like, it looks worse than most things in the game. The issue is mainly that it's huge. You see, graphics chips and cards and computers can only render a certain number of polygons on screen before they cause a nuclear meltdown in your house. As hardware and technology continue to advance, the number of polygons you can draw without a performance hit becomes exponential. Because of this, you can add more and more polygons to objects to give the illusion of curvature, making games over the years look smoother and smoother as a result. So let's say you have a big object on the screen. If you don't have a high polygon count, it's going to look incredibly jaggedy and fuckety because it would take an insane amount of polygons to make that thing look smooth due to its size, which they can afford to do in something like Sky Chase, since the only other polygons on screen are Sonic, Tails, the plane, and a couple bullets and enemies. But here it's being rendered at the same time as the adventure field, which is goddamn gigantic, and probably pushing the system decently hard as it is. So they have to make this rendered down, stupid version of the ship. There's a similar thing in Mario 64, you ever play that game, where if Mario ever becomes a certain distance away from the camera, his normal model will be replaced with one that has less polygons on it. Because the graphics chip is having to render more objects than usual, swapping for the simpler model saves some polygons that can be used for the large amounts of geometry on the stage at the moment. Anyways, getting back to my Sonic review. Sky Chase just makes me sad, because they put effort into this. You have a points counter, they had to develop and design these enemy locations and actions and all that. But you can just press a bit to the right and down and keep it there and you'll just win. And you can use this little break to use the washroom, get a snack, and if you're real fast, you can speedrun yourself jerking off. This trick works in the second act of Sky Chase also, at least until the end where you have to press A a couple of times. But it's a really slow and boring part of the game, and there's no way to make it go faster, which is just annoying in a Sonic game, where you at least are supposed to feel like you have control over the pace of things. So it sucks a bit, the game has entered a little bit of a lull. Chaos 4 is bullshit and Sky Chase is just a chore, but they make up for it right after with the two best stages in the game, Twinkle Park and Speed Highway. Right away with Twinkle Park, you just jump into these carts and ride down this racetrack with this godly remix of a track from 3D Blast. The cart actually controls pretty well. You just have to let your hand off the accelerator to make sharper turns, and that's really it. It's a really detailed section, and it just keeps going. I like that you could drop down this hole at the end of the cart ride and fall into this roller coaster, getting to see the rest of the stage from the top down. It's a great and creative spectacle for sure. There's this cool bowling minigame, and I like the stage's level design being more focused on scaling vertically up this castle like an ice cap. One thing that's weird though is that the arc Sonic gets shot at when the racing segment is over doesn't really work. Sonic just kind of lands next to the hole, and it's pretty awkward, so I always make sure to hold forward a bit so it doesn't happen and he properly falls in. Also, Amy just got kidnapped, but fuck her, because we still gotta play through Speed Highway. And Sonic knows, man, because at this point in the story, he's trying to save Amy, but he just ignores her so he can run through Speed Highway, which I don't blame him for. This stage is way more fun than anything you get with that dumb whore. The music is fucking fantastic, and the stage is so goddamn entertaining. There's no bullshit with the stage. Everything in it is all about gaining speed, even if the camera doesn't like cooperating at times. Even the little gimmicky section where you run down the building is cool and keeps the flow to the stage. If there's anything I don't like is that afterwards you just come out and it's just daytime now, and you have to just stumble around for a bit until you find the end. I don't know, the whole stage just has this upward momentum, but it just gets tuckered out at the end all of a sudden, like it blew its load too early. Also, the story is, whatever. Amy is hanging out with a bird, and the bird has a Chaos Emerald. Robotnik wants the Chaos Emerald, so he sends a big monkey robot to capture the bird, and by proxy, Amy. Sonic tries to stop him from kidnapping her, fails, learns to assault people, and heads into Red Mountain. Which also kicks ass, by the way. The music in the underground has a different vibe to it. I mean, it's not my favorite from Trent Reznor, but it isn't bad by any means. The stage also has a lot of slopes, which really allows for a lot of cool sequence breaking through the physics of the spin dash. The way slopes and spin dashes work together in this game has been enough to give it a decent speedrunning community. You can really do some ridiculous stuff with this, like getting up to the Knuckles areas of Casinopolis. By the way, did I mention how easy it is to go out of bounds in this game? The walls are just silly, but it's never really impacted me much. I think I've only fallen through this one area of Emerald Coast like once in the many times I've played this game as a kid. And it's weird, but I always kind of liked it. I loved looking up videos on YouTube back in like 2007 on out-of-bounds glitches you could do in this game. You could do some fun stuff with it, like playing the first half of Emerald Coast with Tails, or going to areas on the egg carrier model that aren't normally accessible. It was a lot of fun. It made me feel like I was finding weird secrets and doing shit I wasn't supposed to. Sega gets a lot of shit for always wanting Sonic games shipped as fast as possible. They don't care about actually enjoying the experience or making a quality, memorable, or polished product. They just care about calming. I feel as if there's a constant conflict where Sonic Team really seems passionate about these games, but Sega is just breathing down their necks to get it done as quick as possible. And really, why shouldn't they? They're just kids games that happen to make a lot of money for them. In Sonic Adventure 1, you can see this conflict with things like writing this expansive story, and they wrote different scripts for the same scene depending on who you're playing as, but they only animated like 2 things for Robotnik to do. This game is super detailed, again, very dynamic, branching paths, many games that change Sonic's moveset. They aren't always great, but the effort put into them is all the same. But also, you just fall through the game world sometimes. Whoops! Like, obviously it's just nostalgia and you should make sure that your game is optimized and runs well and is relatively bug-free. But I don't know. I wonder if I would have gotten into computers and programming as much as I did if I never played these games and wasn't fascinated by all the janky-ass shit in them as a kid. And back in the day, entitled game reviewers didn't exist. So when all this weird shit happens as a kid, I was just always like, oh, you know, I guess that just happens. Sky Chase Act 2, Electric Boogaloo. Same strat works. They took the time to show the tornado transform with this nifty little animation though, and it seamlessly goes right back into the action, which is great. This leads to the introduction to the final adventure field, the Egg Carrier.
We're in!
There's this weird fucking thing in Sonic Adventure and I'll never understand it. Robotnik transforms the ship, so now Sonic can only get to him through the next action stage, Sky Chase. This is perfectly fine, but for whatever reason, instead of just letting me enter the one clear place right in front of me, Sonic stops for a second to say, "Hey, look! This is the Sky Deck!"
This must be the way to the Sky Deck.
I am so confused as to why this is here. Like, I'm not mad, I just don't understand the reasoning. It'd be one thing if there were multiple entrances to different areas right now, but that's not the case. If anything, this might be the most linear segment in the whole game. Tails crashed the plane, so we can't leave the egg carrier. There's nothing to do besides the Sky Deck, and there's nothing in front of it. The game also explicitly points the camera in the direction to the one place I need to go, to this specific and very easy to identify door. Everything in the fucking game is basically screaming, hey, this is the Sky Deck right here. But they didn't think it was enough, so they had Sonic take control away from me to go,
this must be the way to the Sky Deck.
They really spoon feed it to you. Like, why don't you just tell me where the Chaos Emeralds are while you're at it? Or maybe just let me give the controller to Yuji Naka and have him play through the rest of the game for me. Sky Deck is a pretty average stage for me, but Sonic Team would attempt, for the first time, messing with the gravity by moving the angle of the ship. It's a cool idea and takes advantage of the environment, but Jesus, does Sonic Team not know how to do this stuff right? The controls get all flip-flop, and Sonic really gets stuck on stuff when this happens. Thankfully, this only happens in the last section of the stage, so it's not like it ruins my day or anything. In terms of the game's story, this section is actually pretty cool. It's the only time in the game where all the playable characters are in the same place. Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Gamma all kind of have a scene here, and right after, Knuckles, Sonic, and Big fight Chaos, which is a great boss, by the way. You have complete control over the speed in which you beat this guy, which means I don't really mind having to fight him 3 times. You hit these little ice cubes into his mouth and then just hit him. And what's cool is that at this point, Sonic and Knuckles have these moves that charge up. If you hit him with these, it actually does double the damage, which is odd because I don't believe any other bosses in the game are affected by these attacks in this way. I even tried it out on the Robotnik fight with Sonic, but no cigar there. In fact, the opposite happened. I died.
No!
There's some bullshit moves Chaos does where you have to just wait for him to finish his long animations, but you at least have a bit more control. You don't have to be waiting for him all the time. After the fight, Sonic chases after Robotnik but loses him and gets sidetracked by this temple in the Mystic Ruins. This leads us to our next action stage, the Lost World. This stage is a bit different than the others as it focuses more on puzzle solving and getting through mazes. As a kid, I never really liked this stage much. I think mainly because there's a couple moments where you're just kind of standing around, especially with the surfing, which acts as a bus that takes you to different keys. It also doesn't help that the camera angle's gay. There's also these switches which end up being kind of tedious to jump on. I don't quite understand why they don't just have all these walls available to walk on from the start. It's not like it's an especially interesting puzzle. Like whenever the wall lights up, I'm like, aha! Gotcha! You just jump on them until the area you want to run on lights up. It's not like there's something cool done with this. Like for example, let's say we have 2 segments of wall which can't be run on no matter how many times you jump on this button. The way to solve this would be to position one section of the wall correctly and then travel to the other switch to properly set up the path for the player to use to progress. Now obviously there's the issue of how to communicate a puzzle like this to the player so that they're not lost or frustrated. And a puzzle like this isn't even something most players would do, since the spin dash makes so many puzzle sections in the game trivial, including this one as it already is. It's why I can only give observations, as to properly see if something would work, you need to be able to test it with the game's working mechanics and make sure there's no exploits the cheeky player can use to bypass all your hard work. As I've gotten older, I've grown a fondness for this level though, just for its variety. They really went nuts and threw everything at you. You have water slides, this puzzle where you have to raise the water and use the snake as a bus, running from boulders, turning on lights in this nifty first-person minigame. And even though I drag the wall puzzles, it's a pretty fun idea and something they'd bring back in the next game. In fact, that's probably why this part was even put in the first place. They just thought it'd be cool. After finishing the stage, Sonic comes to this strange ancient room where the red energy ball gives him a flashback.
What's this place? Where am I? This is really weird.
This is the old Mystic Ruins, before they were ruins, I guess. It's absolutely huge, which I don't quite understand. They only really exist to give you exposition, but they decided to spend their time making a huge map with all these guys that look like Knuckles hanging out in it. I mean, I appreciate the effort, but I think this might be the biggest area in the game to explore. It's at least second to the Mystic Ruins, and this shit is just to activate a couple cutscenes and give Tails a gay little ribbon. You go here with every character, and each time it gives you a bit more pieces of things, like the origins of the Chaos Emeralds and what caused the civilization to die out and why Chaos is so mad all the time. But I never, ever
Unified by
gave
one.
a fuck about any of this crap as a kid. I can understand them wanting to explain what this guy's deal is, but the Chaos Emeralds don't really need to be explained. They're already cool because they make me turn yellow. And I don't need to know why Knuckles has to defend the Emerald, I just know that's his shit. He's all about that responsibility for his island. He loves protecting that thing. Like, why do you need to know why Knuckles is guarding the Master Emerald? What difference does it make? Didn't change anything in your life. 9/11 still happened. There's still slave trade in Libya. Hey, by the way, you think Leonardo DiCaprio and that bitch from the Titanic would have stuck around together if he didn't die? I think they would have gotten sick of each other. Oh god, I forgot we're supposed to be chasing Robotnik. While we're fucking around, he launched a nuke and ruined the street next to the casino. Time for the last stage, and it rules. The music is very energetic in this stage, and it keeps the gimmicks to a minimum. The stage also has some more difficult and interesting platforming sections compared to the rest. It's also another stage that's structured vertically at times, although it's unique in that it's in the downward direction, which can basically be skipped by doing a well-timed homing attack, but I don't want to complain, because this is cool. It gives you the feeling of going deeper and deeper into the core. We're going to fight this dude. This guy's been being a dick for the whole game, and we're finally going to bring the heat, and on his home turf too. The stage is then followed by the end boss of Sonic's story, the Egg Viper. It's a really, really good fight. This is how you do a fixed boss fight that runs on cycles. First of all, Sonic can't just sit around and occasionally jump over things. You have to be mobile to get away from his missiles. Every time he throws one of these things out at you, by the way, he says this.
Get a load of this!
Which is what Harvey Weinstein said when he came in that plant. There's a nice progression of difficulty as well. At first he just gives you a hit for free, almost like he's cocky. But as it goes on, he puts a line in your way, which you have to homing attack over. But what rules about this boss is that this shit tells a story of desperation and frustration. Robotnik at some point destroys half the stage and starts breaking the floors you're standing on, trying to do anything to limit your movement. He starts playing less calculated, just trying to ram you with the buzzsaws, which ends up getting him hit faster. His dialogue changes too. It goes from this condescending challenge
See See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
To being audibly pissed off.
He's not gonna get away with it.
This boss kicks ass. It's fun to play, it's super dynamic, great storytelling, it's perfect honestly. Probably the best moment in the game. Now, Robotnik could have just rammed both of these sections of platforms and killed Sonic right away. But if he did that, we would not have a game. And you'd be getting pissed because the game would be impossible to beat. And you'd go on GameFAQs and say, what the fuck? Why can't I beat Robotnik? This game's gay as fuck. Why did I even buy a Dreamcast? I should have just bought Hydro Thunder instead. And then somebody would respond, actually, his name is Eggman, not Robotnik. It was only named that because of the English translation from the Genesis games. Like, he doesn't even make an attempt to help you or answer your question. Also, Jesus Christ, I'm done. Jeez, that was a lot of fun. That was a whole 3 hours. That's just not going to cut it for a big 3D release in 1998. The issue is that Sonic Adventure is still using the same design framework from the 2D games, just with some big 3D overworlds to get you from one Genesis stage to the next. And because of their development time, Sonic Adventure is about as long as its Genesis counterparts. This isn't a bad thing by any means. If anything, this constant flow of new content makes playing through Sonic's story incredibly entertaining and very fun to revisit. It's just that the experience will be shorter. I don't think it's a stretch to say that the levels in a Sonic game take a lot longer to design than the average platformer either, which doesn't help much with the length. To top this off, the developers are now needing to work in 3D, which they didn't have much experience with. Even Nights into Dreams plays more like a 2D arcade game with polygonal graphics. These problems weren't exclusive to any company. Most developers were not comfortable with 3D game development yet, especially with creating big and detailed maps. If we look at Mario 64 again, they cut down a huge amount of development time by structuring the game differently than the previous one. They went with these open stages because it allows for you to spend a lot of time in the same areas, identifying and solving objectives, which in this game rewards you with a star. This pads the game out in a way where the player won't even notice that they aren't seeing much new content in the game, because your objective is on finding these stars through exploring these maps, not making your way through linear levels. And good for them. These guys were smart. Can you fucking imagine how much of a pain in the ass it must have been when 3D first started being the standard, having to write this bullshit in C and assembly? I'd have fucking killed myself doing that crap. Sonic Team chose a different and slightly clumsier way to add more length to the game. They looked back at Sonic 3 and Knuckles and did something similar to what they did with Knuckles in that game. In Sonic 3, it's a lot of fun to replay the game as Knuckles because he has some different abilities to Sonic which allow him to reach secret areas. To make it extra engaging, the story ends up derailing from Sonic's path and ends up with a completely different final boss fight. Only this time, they could further specialize these characters by giving them a specific playstyle and changing the stages to fit this. You now play through the game 5 other times as different characters after completing Sonic's story, allowing us to see previous events from their perspective. And you know, it's really sad to see that even Sonic Team, a game development studio, couldn't resist trying to do their own Pulp Fiction in the 90s.
But you know what's on my mind right now? It ain't the
Chaos Emerald.
It's the dead nigger in my garage.
Oh no!
There's this argument that they could have just used the resources to make a couple more Sonic levels and leave out his butt buddies. But I think people who argue this might not completely understand how many resources go into making a new character and some cutscenes compared to whole stages, especially Sonic stages. Yes, this would have been the best path for them to go down if this was Sonic Adventure with a 3-year development time. But if you don't include the stuff they tried on the Saturn, Sonic Adventure probably only had like 1 to 2 years of development, especially since it was a launch title. So yeah, it sucks, but I wouldn't really blame the developers as much as Sega for being huge cunts and rushing them. But even then, I can't blame them either. They're just trying to get it out for Christmas so they can make a return on investment like any company wants to do. So actually, you should be blaming yourself for being a fucking consumeristic whore. So if I'm gonna play Mr. Pragmatic here, let's break down how little work goes into actually making the other characters for this game, starting with the characters themselves. Because all the logic for Sonic has already been made, they can, for the most part, completely reuse him for all the other characters. You can notice this with the fact that they all have the same structure of their state machines. Also, I've used the word state machine enough that I think I should explain what that is for some people who might not know. To make things simple, a state machine is important in games because they help to conceptualize how to go about making an AI or playable character with any form of depth by having them be a set of states. That may sound a little bit complicated, so let's make an example. Let's build a state machine of a person who can throw a ball. Like, let's really do this. I know this is a review of Sonic, but fuck it, you're gonna learn something cool. Their default state would be normal, just standing around, not holding anything. But from this state, they could pick up a ball and enter a new state. We'll call this state holding. Now, being in this state is special from the default, as we now have 2 new states that we can enter, called throwing and dropping. After entering either of these states, we won't have a ball in our hands anymore and will return back to our default state. A rule of state machines is that you can't be in 2 states at the same time. For instance, I can't simultaneously be throwing a ball while in my default state where I don't have one, or dropping the ball while it's still in my hand. Let's look at Sonic state machines now, which are almost just as simple as the one we just made. He starts at an idle, and from there he can jump, start accelerating, or rev up that spin dash. From his jump he can do a homing attack or press B to do a light speed dash if he has one charged. Otherwise he just kind of falls. I'm not even really sure why this is a thing he does. In the spin dash, he can hold it a bit to charge the light speed dash, or let go of the button to get a burst of acceleration. That's basically the crux of it if you don't count things like when Sonic is in the air but not in his jump state, or the state Sonic enters when he's on a ladder. Anyways, getting back to different characters, I promise this ends up being connected. The point is that all of these other characters basically have the exact same state machine. This means less development time, as it's just changing what those states are. Instead of the homing attack, Tails flies, Knuckles glides, Gamma hovers, and Big and Amy don't even have anything for this state. Instead of spin dashing, Tails spins, Knuckles punches, Amy hits with her hammer, Big casts his line, and Gamma aims. But that's it in terms of changes. Other than that, they're all still Sonic, except they have different constants for acceleration and top speed. There's only 2 characters that have any unique states in their own, and that's Knuckles with his wall climbing, and Amy, who enters a different running state when at top speed, which also opens up a high jump state she can enter from it. It makes her a cool character. So the characters can be made fairly quickly. But what about the story though? Well, a lot of the cutscenes are shared from Sonic's story, but with different dialogue and writing. Now that takes a bit of extra time from the people writing the scripts, but actually recording probably isn't that bad. What is that, an extra couple of days? These few extra things are a small trade-off for a fuck ton of things they didn't need to make more of, mainly the stage assets and designs. Tails stages are just shorter versions of Sonic's with some shortcuts to take advantage of his ability to fly, for instance. That's not to say that there's no new content, it's just that instead of gulping down content, you're just kind of sipping on it. Tails has a unique final boss, Knuckles has some unique places he can get to in his stages, Amy is actually really unique, and I'll talk more about her later. Big has his own version of Emerald Coast with original music, Gamma has original bosses, but altogether the work needed to do all of this is probably not much more than maybe 3 new levels for Sonic Edgewager. And that's 3 stages that could possibly be beat in a total of 10 minutes, compared to 3 or 4 hours of game that the other characters collectively give, which adds up to like 8 or so hours of gameplay. And for Sega, that must have sounded pretty fucking good. Now, I'm not saying that this was all cynically done just to make development time shorter and to milk more content. There's enough effort into these other stories to make them fun to play still. And the story is obviously meant to have this whole thing going on from different perspectives, but it sure doesn't hurt, that's for sure. Now, I'm not going into every character as deep as I did Sonic because I actually respect the finite amount of time you have to live in this world, and I don't want to be repetitive. But we'll go through how the other characters play, work in their levels, and the things unique to them. We'll start off with the guy you get right after Sonic. Shit! Okay, let's go with Knuckles. Jesus Christ, before I start, you ever notice how fucking bad Sonic Team is at making character names? Like, oh, we have a fox with 2 tails. Okay, let's call him Tails. And then there's another character with protruding knuckles. So let's call him Knuckles. And then there's this character we made. It's a big cat character. Oh, we'll call him Big. Like, I must have taken all of their mental energy not to name Sonic Legs. Especially now where he looks like he should be in the NBA playoffs. Like, Sonic is so tall in 06, I'm surprised they didn't bring Jaleel White back to voice him. Knuckles is my fucking guy. He has 5 stages to explore in the game, and I do mean explore. This is one of the coolest things derived from Sonic 3. Knuckles was all about exploration in that game. So Sonic Team took this to its logical conclusion and had you running around an open area trying to find 3 pieces of his Master Emerald, which got broken by chaos. These stages are done pretty quick, but it's enjoyable following the radar and using Knuckles' speed to try and find these pieces as fast as possible. I want to bring up again that I do think playing as different characters was a decision made fairly early on in development, or at least the concept. Sonic's whole story is full of holes that playing as these other characters fill, but also the stages are even structured at times to fit different characters' playstyles. Knuckles' first stage is a great example of this. It's just the end of Speed Highway from Sonic, which felt kinda odd compared to the rest of the stage when playing as him, but now feels appropriate with Knuckles' gameplay. The point is that unlike the Mario 64 example I used earlier, where these things feel more natural and work really well, Sonic Adventure's multiple characters end up working their way into the stages in such an awkward way at times that it feels like a hack instead of an actual solution, which is why in the sequel every character had their own specialized stages instead of playing through the same ones. I think Casinopolis is one of Knuckles' better stages though, or at the very least is more memorable, mainly because of how detailed this higher portion is that only Knuckles can access. The pirate ship is especially fun to mess around in. Along Knuckles' trip to getting his emerald shards back, he sees Robotnik slow walking into an elevator with a microscopic emerald. We get two new things here. First off is this room with completely original assets, and Knuckles gets to fight a version of Chaos that no one else in the game even gets to see. Things like this really help in making these characters not so tedious to play as.
It's about Sonic.
What? What about Sonic?
He's after the pieces of the Master Emerald too.
What do you mean?
You're not the only one on a wire, you chase idiot. Why should I ruin your surprise?
Now some people might think Knuckles is a bit retarded, you know, because he falls for the same trick Knuckles played on him in 3 and Knuckles, saying Sonic wants to get the Master Emerald when he's really just trying to get the Chaos Emeralds. But think about it for a second. Knuckles spends a lot of time by himself, hanging out on his island. Because of this, he's probably a little socially inept.
Hey, Knuckles! Whoa! What do you think you're doing?
So it makes sense that he'd be a little more gullible and all that. One thing I think is interesting is that Sonic doesn't say, "Wow, I can't believe you fell for this, stupid." He says, "I can't believe you fell for this shit again."
Knuckles, did you let him trick you again?
Which implies that the Genesis games in this game exist in the same canon, which is just strange. If this is the same canon, then why are they even in this area of the world at all? Why aren't they still on Angel Island? Are they still on Angel Island? I mean, Knuckles knows when it's fallen, but maybe he just knows what's up with it because he has that connection to the island. I can't imagine it's the same because there weren't any people mucking around on Angel Island in Sonic 3, just animals. So did they all decide to move together? Like to the same place? What the fuck happened that made them move? Maybe the taxes just got too high. The only really forgettable stage Knuckles plays through is Lost World. This is because this stage is literally the exact same as Sonic's. Hell, Sonic could even go up the walls in this stage, so Knuckles really has nothing going on that's original here. An issue is also that this stage is fairly small. Before this, you got to play Red Mountain, which is just huge, and it's a nice mix of vertical and horizontal stage design, which Lost World doesn't really have. It's just a big thing you have to climb up. But what the fuck? This music is grooving so fucking hard. Listen to this shit. That 3/4 time signature is killing me, it's so good. This is definitely my favorite track in the game. It'd almost be out of place if it wasn't so good. We're in some old South American temple. You'd think there'd be a little bit more ambiance, but instead you get hit with this awesome groove and this E-piano doing some great improv. And I'm about to blow a fucking load over this bass. This kicks the hell out of Sonic's music for this stage. I don't know, it's a bit too spooky for me. Makes me feel like I'm in Jurassic Park. I've been talking a little bit about the music throughout the review, but it really is great. Nakamura wasn't working for Sega at this point, and Michael Jackson couldn't work on it since he was too busy with kids. So they got a couple people actually, mainly Jun Yu, who has a lot of energy to his tracks and worked on basically any track that has a guitar in it. I also have to give a shout out to Fumi Kumatami though, since she not only did this song for Knuckles that I love so much, but she also did Gamma and Beta's themes, which are just fucking, they're too good. And she also did the music for the Chow stuff and some other tracks that are scattered throughout. Having a couple different people do the music led to a pretty diverse soundtrack. Kumatani's stuff is very jazz and house inspired, Jun Yu has a big rock influence, and Kenichi Tokoi, who also did a decent number of tracks for the game, is all over the place in terms of genre. The music is consistently good too, and I love listening to the tracks from it in the background occasionally. I know they made a vinyl for the soundtrack too, and Jesus Christ, I have to get my hands on that. To wrap things up on Knuckles, he has some pretty fun gameplay. In Adventure 2, these stages would start to become really long and a bit boring, mainly since they nerfed the radar, but here they're pretty quick and the novelty doesn't overstay its welcome. One thing that's disappointing about Knuckles is that he's the only character that doesn't get a unique final boss. Well, the only real character anyways. It's just Chaos 6 again. They try to mix it up and make it more difficult by having this part of the stage that you can't touch without getting hurt, but it's a bit trivial since I end up gliding everywhere with Knuckles anyways. I guess it can be slightly forgiven since he did have his own unique boss during the midpoint. It just feels a little anticlimactic. Also, before I move on to other characters, what is Knuckles supposed to be? And I don't mean animal-wise. I'm asking if he's a black guy. This shit became more confusing in Sonic Adventure. In Sonic 3, characters didn't talk, but Knuckles did have shoes that were based on the Jamaican flag, and he also had dreads. So Knuckles was supposed to be Jamaican, which I can totally buy because I've played Sonic at the Olympic Games, and Knuckles is remarkable at bobsledding. But now things are just complicated. Now he's descendant of some weird Mayan, Aztec, Incan civilization. I mean, I'm not saying there's no black people in Latin America, that'd be ridiculous. But they weren't really hanging out there until the Western slave trade started. But it's even more weird because now rap music plays wherever he goes, which, I mean, you know, happens with every black person. His theme is great too, at least until Bruno Mars shows up.
Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instincts are the elements that keep.
Fuck Hawaii. But Jamaicans don't listen to rap music. I mean, at least it's not like, doesn't seem like a big part of their culture. Same thing with Peruvians, or Mexicans, or any South Americans for that instance. So is Knuckles like an American black guy? He never steals anything. Actually, fuck.
Give me the emeralds you have, right now!
Okay, but look, I'm not being racist, alright? I know that previously, I've said some rude things about people of the African-American variety.
Like chilling at the beach, or calling the police on some minorities.
Very harmful things about the people in these communities.
He even has enough money to buy a slave. They also tried going after the black demographic by making the console cheaper.
But I need to let you guys know that I'm turning over a new leaf here. You see, I was walking down the street yesterday, and while walking, I saw this black guy in a blue shirt. So, you know, of course, it's like, you know, uh-oh, and I did that thing where you start walking on the edges of the sidewalk, you know, so you don't make any contact with him. But as he got closer, I realized this guy actually had a Sonic shirt on. And I realized I was wrong. And I really shouldn't have had that prejudice for this guy. If he had chosen to wear a different shirt, I would have just kept assuming that I shouldn't talk to him since we're from different upbringings. And how can I do that? How can I make such a vast judgment on a guy over variables in his life that he doesn't even control? If he wore a normal blue shirt, instead of assuming he was in a gang, I should have maybe thought, hey, maybe blue is just his favorite color. Because you can't just be looking at somebody as a series of collectives, but as an individual with hopes and dreams and people that he loves, just like me. So I went up to the guy and I said, hey man, did you like Sonic Mania? Well anyways, he took my wallet. Amy's story is actually really cool since it's full of original content. Her first stage is Twinkle Park, but you spend most of the time in a mirror room that Sonic doesn't go into. It's a playful area too. It'll mess with the controls sometimes and you'll need to control the reflections instead of the normal character models. It also has original music, which gives the whole place an uneasy atmosphere. And her second level is the Hot Shelter, which Sonic doesn't fuck with at all. It's a great refresh after playing through Tails and Knuckles' shit, which while they both offer some new things, Amy is the first character to really offer an almost completely different experience. Her whole thing is more about platforming and puzzle solving than speed, but implements a need to rush a bit by placing this little monkey fella in the stage who will show up throughout the level to chase you around. He's also invincible, meaning that while you can't stun him, the viable strategy is to try and run as fast as possible to the next part of the stage. Now you can't have something like this in a Sonic game, you know, something that chases you and is supposed to be threatening, without making them as fast as Sonic, which at that point would just make the whole thing this weird mix of comical and terrifying. So to compensate, Amy has a really slow acceleration to top speed, which does give a good sense of anxiety with this big fucker chasing you everywhere, but makes the overworld just a bitch to use. One point is especially bad where you finish Amy's last stage, and you have to go through the entire jungle, and to make things worse, you have to climb this long-ass ladder, and goddamn, her climbing speed is abysmal. It takes her like 20 seconds to climb it, which is enough time to listen to about a ninth of the Snake Eater theme. It even takes place in a jungle, look at that. Not much else to say about her though. Her gameplay is definitely interesting, and it's impressive that they were able to change the way the game feels just by messing around with some values and adding in the stalker robot. Most of the characters in Sonic Adventure were designed as a way to show off the Dreamcast a bit. The most obvious of which being Knuckles and Tails, who show off the scale and draw distance of the game, and Gamma demonstrates all the crap they could shove on the screen without the frame rate dying. Lots of enemy hitboxes and explosions everywhere. But Big might be the most shameless, as he's just kind of a commercial. You know, I don't really get what's so bad about Big. Like, what is it about this guy that gets everyone so angry all the time? That guy just wants to fucking fish. His story takes around 30 minutes to complete, even with the unescapable cutscenes, which I understand is just basically saying, the game only sucks dick for like a little bit, but it's not that. His gameplay is so different from the others that it feels more like a minigame, and because of that, it's got some novelty to it. Not to mention he gets this great music on his version of Emerald Coast. Sonic Team says Big was made because they wanted a character that wasn't always in a rush, but I know the real reason. They wanted to create more intrigue for the player, like a lure in the water if you will, to try and bring people over to the world of fishing games on the Dreamcast. and that they might take a bite out of the lure and pay some money for a full price game all about fishing. And you might think those games are pretty dumb sports games, but fuck you if you think that shit. These games are fucking fire, and if you got one of those fishing controllers, these games become so comfy it's unreal. But Big never really hooks you like that. Like, it's a fun distraction, but it's nowhere near as deep as games dedicated to these mechanics. And I just remember being confused as to what I needed to do. Like, I knew I had to throw my lure in the water, like I'm not a complete tard, but I never knew what to do when the little frog bit it. It wasn't until later that I learned I had to press up a lot on the stick to start reeling him in. Because of not knowing this, I was never able to beat these stages as a kid, which was very frustrating. I think that's why Big is so hated, actually. Because his story is pretty inoffensive in terms of length and content. But when you don't know what to do and you need to beat his stages, or you don't get to experience the ending of the game because of this stupid idiot that's like, Froggy, you just fucking hate him. So it seems like SA1 is a game that starts out high and just gets a bit lower in quality as it goes on. Sonic is fantastic. Knuckles' gameplay is fun enough, and they kept his whole shtick from Sonic 3 where he can go places Sonic can't due to his ability to climb walls. Amy is alright and breaks things up, but overall isn't really as fun to play as with her slow speed, which brings her down even though she has the advantage of having very different stages from the rest of the cast, along with some interesting platforming gameplay. And Big is fine. It's almost a linear decline, story by story. So you assume the last story is just going to be mediocre, but that's where you're wrong. E102 Gamma might just be the best part of Sonic Adventure in terms of story. You'd think Sonic's would be the most polished in the game, but no, it's the robot. For some reason, Sonic Team just decided to make this random-ass character that never existed before and make his story a masterpiece, like as a joke or something. The other characters are in the story, but I wouldn't say they're crucial to his plot. So it's good even if you don't know anything about Sonic, which you can't really say for most of these stories. The story opens up with an introduction from your creator, Dr. Robotnik.
You're the second of my E100 model machines!
To make sure you work properly, you play through his testing chamber where you'll shoot dolls of Knuckles, Tails, and Sonic. After testing out the stage, Robotnik decides that only one robot can come on his ship and forces you to fight your brother Beta.
I am pitting the two of you against each other, and the winner serves on my ship.
Right off the bat, this kind of establishes that this doctor is a huge douchehole because he's forcing you to fight your brother just for his own trivial fun and his desire to only have the strongest robots on his ship. Some shit happens involving finding a frog to loosely connect the other stories and gives you an excuse to go through Emerald Hill. Emerald Coast. Sorry about that, it's getting a bit late. But the real shit comes after. Gamma is told to head to a room on the ship, but you end up going into this room instead and seeing something insane.
Beta.
This scene is fucking amazing. There's basically no dialogue, just taking in his brother being mutilated and enhanced. The end of the cutscene is just great too.
This is the wrong room.
Not only is this funny in a kind of dark way, but it shows that Gamma, even though he's trying to remain objective, has had something open up in him, making him just a bit skeptical of his creator. It doesn't help that right after this event, he goes to see Amy, where the bird ends up convincing Gamma to free them both by just staring at him for a bit, which makes sense later. Both of these events start to really fuck with Gamma's unconscious, but still not totally, as he does comply with Robotnik in the following scene and attempts to kill Sonic. Amy ends up stopping it by going, we're friends, don't hurt people, and decides that he's done being Robotnik's bitch. He's going to do his own shit. The self-monologue he does while leaving the egg carrier is just great. The screen flashes images of these things that have influenced Gamma to make this decision, getting faster and faster before turning into radio noise. And cuts to Gamma, who says probably the most punk shit I've ever heard in my life.
Dr. Robotnik. Enemy. Master registration deleted.
At this point in the story, it's now completely independent from the rest of these weirdos. There's no Sonic or Amy or even Robotnik. Just Gamma deciding he's going to free all the animals trapped in his robot bros. I haven't talked much about the stages, but man, they're really cool too. I just wish more of them were like Hot Shelter. This stage is fairly lengthy, not to mention challenging. Gamma has a clock that counts down instead of up, and will kill him if it falls to 0. To replenish this time, you can hold the B button to lock onto as many enemies as possible and shoot for high combos. Nowadays, this stage isn't difficult, but it actually used to kill me sometimes as a kid. In the other stages, there's really no risk. You get so much time and the stages are so short that you probably get past them even without shooting any enemies. It's kind of sad because some tension would make these stages that much more fun and rewarding. But that's not to say it isn't inherently fun shooting huge amounts of enemies though. It's a great way to show off how many objects the Dreamcast can handle. Before moving on, I just want to mention how fun Gamma's states are. At full speed, he'll start rolling on wheels and go, mode change. Mode change. And this shit he does when he's on a body of water so he doesn't get wet is so fucking cute. I love this thing they do at the end of levels where Gamma names off the robots he saved and the ones still remaining. It seems pointless at first, but it starts to get really cool once you go back to the sunken egg carrier. And the game plays this great fucking music that doesn't play anywhere else in the game. It's so triumphant and just gets you pumped to finish saving the last 2 robots.
E-Series data. Beginning search. Accessing data. Hot Shelter. E-Series location confirmed. Unlocking Hot Shelter sector now.
This thing leads to what might be one of my favorite payoffs of any game, honestly. It's unreal. After beating all 3 of the other robots, this great fucking cutscene plays.
Gamma. Beta.
Okay, I think I need to explain what I love about this. First of all, I love that it's just silent with the sound effects at first. It makes it more meaningful when Gamma's music starts playing. And then when the new form of Beta comes flying in, ready for the rematch, the music transitions into the theme of Beta, which wouldn't do much for me really, if it wasn't for the fact that Beta's theme is fucking amazing, and also turns the track from this ambient synth into some hype-ass house beat with a sax in it. If there's one thing I do when making this game, it'd be to let the theme for Beta override the normal overworld music, to keep the energy going. I'd also want to preload Beta into this area, meaning that you can just seamlessly confront this motherfucker with no downtime once I enter that area. Do all this shit where it zooms in on the boss and displays their name, and while that's happening, preload all the invisible walls around the area. This should be pretty bug-free as long as you just lock Beta from exiting the area. Now I understand this couldn't be done because they probably had all these algorithms made in a way that would probably be pretty specialized for the set of things they wanted to do, with not much lenience for changes since they had to get this thing out to the stores in a reasonable time. But if I was in charge of making the game, and I had unlimited time, I would put this in as a specialty thing. Like somewhere else in the game, just here. Just because I really think it would be that cool. This is because Beta Mark II is a fucking awesome fight. They build him up the whole of Gamma's story and he's a lot of fun. I like that he hits your bullets out of the way. No other bosses in the game really react to you when you try to spam hitboxes at them, except for maybe Chaos 2 as Knuckles. The animations where he teleports away and leaves a trail in his path is fantastic as well. My favorite moment is definitely when the camera shifts to a view of Beta from high up, and you have to control Gamma and avoid attacks from this strange perspective. There's so much unique shit with this boss actually. It makes me wish that they didn't just use Chaos for almost every boss fight because these more unique ones are my absolute favorite. I do think they could have done something cool at Gamma's countdown though in the fight. It counts down from 3 minutes, but isn't really used for any interesting way that makes the boss more fun. And it was probably arbitrarily chosen, as it shouldn't even take you longer than slightly half that to beat Beta. He shoots these small guys out. Maybe you start me off with like 30 seconds and I have to balance whether to be spending my time gaining more time with a combo or to take a risk and go for a hit against Beta. But again, they had no time to make this game. The ending is incredibly tasteful. Again, no dialogue or anything. Gamma accomplishes his mission, saving all his brothers, and in one last action, Beta shoots Gamma, allowing the bird in him to be free as well. Originally, Sega planned on having Gamma shoot himself to free the bird. This is why in the previous cutscene he's looking at his gun while saying his name. Unfortunately, they changed it so that Beta shoots him before dying, which is fine and has a different feeling to it, but I just love the idea of that shit. Sonic's story is a cutscene in a video game, but Gamma's is definitely above that. I wouldn't call it a movie or a film, but I would call it a flick. It's obvious shit, but I also like how Gamma's normally robotic sounding theme is reprised as a natural piano for when he's freed from the robot. Well, you know, as natural sounding as you can get from what sounds like an M1 synth. The fact that shit this good is just shoved into what's essentially a glorified Dreamcast advertisement is borderline offensive. They should have made a spin-off with this kind of shit, like how that one guy that made the Digimon movie went on to make Summer Wars because he was pissed off that his great fucking idea for a story got wasted on a fucking Digimon OVA. After completing everyone's story in the game, a new one opens up. What's dumb is that it tries to be mysterious by having the model be a question mark, but the name under it literally just says Supersonic. The story is full of cutscenes, okay, so get ready. It turns out that Chaos wasn't killed on the Ark even though he got beat 3 times, and instead was just mucking about looking for the emeralds again. He ends up taking back the 6 emeralds Knuckles brought with him after his story, and now Sonic needs to rush to the tornado too before Chaos can get the emeralds in there. But first, Tikal needs to show him one of her flashbacks.
Oh, jeez!
We find out that her tribe was trying to use the Chaos Emeralds to win wars against other nations, and it's just impossible to take seriously because everybody just looks like Knuckles. In this, we learn Chaos turned evil because of all this shit, and I'm just thinking, we need to get to the fucking emerald. People are about to die.
Sonic, wake up!
I was on a snooze cruise, I guess.
Good thing you're okay.
I don't think either of you are okay.
Come!
Ew, that's gross as fuck. I'm so happy I didn't play your story. They end up finding the tornado just in time to watch Chaos take it from them, which means one of 2 things. Either Tikal completely fucked over Sonic by making him space out and miss his chance to get the emerald, or Chaos was just being cheeky and already knew the emerald was there and was just waiting for Sonic to show up so he could snipe it from him. Either way, you probably don't mind because you want to see this shit happen, you know? The game has been teasing that he becomes this serpent-looking thing for a while, so it's finally time to see that paid off. And it is with what is still an incredibly well done and beautifully pre-rendered cutscene. Let's give it a watch, because it is still great. Go back.
They must be sealed in the Master Emerald now!
How can that help? It won't change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish.
So Sonic has another idea. His friends say, aw, you know, he absorbed the negative energy.
Chaos only used the negative power of the emeralds.
Which, how the fuck do you know that, Tails? But because Sonic is all about that positive energy, he can use them. Oh shit, I skipped some games, so you might be confused right now. Okay, so Sonic can transform into a Super Saiyan now when he gets all the Chaos Emeralds. This is brought over from Sonic 2 and 3, where if you get all the Chaos Emeralds in some minigames, Sonic can turn into this invincible guy who can plow into enemies like it's no problem. I don't even know what happens if you get all the emeralds in Sonic 1. I think you get like some shit in the mail, and you get to meet Yuji Naka, and he gives you a coupon for a free Happy Meal. The hype behind this shit is real though when you're an 8-year-old. Kids who wore shirts with flames on them would definitely flex at recess about getting all the super emeralds and shit. But really in these games it's kind of a pain in the ass, especially in Sonic 3. When you're trying to enjoy the really great music composed by Michael Jackson, and because you press A while in the air, it's like, oh fuck, I didn't know I had 50 rings. You know what? Fuck Super Sonic. I don't care. He's just yellow and annoying. In this game, having it be a predefined thing that just happens at the end point isn't so bad. Sonic is already so fast, he becomes hard to control at times, and I can't imagine adding more speed would do anything but be a hindrance. And invincibility isn't hot shit anymore either like it was in the 2D games, because enemies aren't really that big of a threat to Sonic anymore since you can see them from a mile away now. It helps that the actual fight is pretty fun too. It's an enjoyable balancing game of trying to avoid Chaos's attacks while also trying to collect rings and keep from dying, and keeping your speed high enough so that you can inflict damage. It's also very fun to skate around on the water, I think mainly due to this little texture. Playing the opening theme during this section is great also. It's pretty fucking shonen anime, I like it. But after beating him, he goes in a round 2, which has some more complex geometry to maneuver around, as well as Chaos's AI throwing out a lot more shit at you. It's a genuine challenge, but for some reason the music is replaced with this tense orchestral track. It fits the boss, but I just wish they put it at the beginning of the fight and had round 2 play the opening instead. I think it would have brought a lot more hype, but I also get that they want to carry over the energy from the cutscene before the boss, so maybe just have both of them play the theme and use this track for another boss? I don't know, it's a great boss regardless. I guess hitting Chaos a bit was all it took to make him chill out. Anyways, after this, wait a second, there is nothing after this. I'm done. Jesus fucking Christ. So let's finish this up. My thoughts on this game have been a bit scattered, but it's a scattered game. This medium is a marriage between engineering and art.
Especially a character like this, which is fairly complex.
Sonic Adventure doesn't have the best engineering or the best art even, but it does do things right where it matters. Sonic is fun to play as. The art direction on stages and the overworld are great, even if the models don't show the best examples of what the Dreamcast can do. Would it be better if it had better art, the camera worked better, and you couldn't clip out of the levels? Of course. But would it really make it that much better? And that's why I didn't complain about them. My issues come from the repetitiveness of playing through the other characters, and the fact that some of these characters just aren't really fun to play as for more than a little bit. There's also the issue of how boring it is to play Sky Chase a total of 4 times. These are what keeps Sonic Adventure from being a great game, not the things that nowadays would just get fixed with patches. I really do think Sonic Team cared about this game, even if they fucked up a lot. There's a lot of care put into things, especially aesthetically. To get an idea of how the Mystic Ruins would be, like in terms of looks and the music and all that, the developers actually took a full tour for research, from southern Mexico to Central America and then South America. And it's really a miracle, you know, because they survive. It's why Tails has this little mini game where he rides down the desert. It comes from hanging out in Peru and seeing that shit, so of course they put it in. It's fucking riding down the desert on a snowboard. But a studio wouldn't do this if they were cynically just doing their job to make money for their bosses. You do this because you give a shit, and you want to make something cool. And I think I respect that passion in a game more than just technically solid and smooth experiences. There's no such thing as a perfectly programmed game or a perfectly planned game, because these things are made by people at the end of the game. One of my favorite games is Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. In fact, it might even be my favorite, and it has tons of problems. The difficulty is terribly balanced, the sprites aren't the best for its time, menu navigation is incredibly janky and frustrating, and it has a whole dungeon dedicated to managing this shit inventory. Things like this make Earthbound a game that's not so smooth to play a decent amount of the time. But I'm not looking for a perfectly smooth experience in a video game. It's a great thing to have, it shows polish on the design and engineering side of things. But what I'm looking for is fun and playfulness from the developer. When those things are in the game, it shows. There's more experimentation. It's really hard for me to articulate. In Earthbound, it's the great writing and the overwhelmingly optimistic story, the experimental and darker moments like Moonside and Magican, and the fact that the game is at almost all times throwing new content at you to try and get you to have an emotional reaction to some sprites on the screen. Now, is Sonic Adventure a great game like Earthbound? No, of course not. You can't even compare them. But it is a good game. Just looking at Sonic's story, it has incredibly diverse stage design. The story is cheesy, but it's a little fun addition. Sonic is incredibly fun to control, especially in the overworld where you have a bunch of space you can just play around and fuck with things. This doesn't mean you can just forget about the technical things. If you don't have that, you're fucked. But I feel like people sometimes think that that's all that's important in games. Like most GameSpot reviews might as well just be the game boots without crash, 8 out of 10.
Hey fellas, you ever play this game?
Yahoo!
It was developed by Treasure, a company of former Konami employees who had a simple goal of making great games, which they would immediately achieve by debuting with one of the best on the Sega Genesis, Gunstar Heroes. Gunstar perfectly shows off Treasure's style. Difficult and flashy action games. Games where you can just expel hundreds of missiles from a mech and watch the frame rate go to shit. And find a constant stream of some of the dopest bosses in history to some of the most intense music that the Genesis sound chip could make. They also made a McDonald's game. You play as Ronald in it. You gotta run around and get all the burgers in Ronald Land, and it's fun. Throwing was one of Gunstar's best mechanics. It gave you a good position and did great damage. You could fucking destroy enemies' health just by throwing shit at them. It's almost as good as actual shooting. This led to the idea of a game that would use the act of grabbing as the core of the moveset. UK troublemakers, or mischief makers in the US. It's kind of under the radar for a lot of people. The most I ever heard about is that it's one of the better aged games on the N64. And the only reason people say that is because it's a 2D side-scroller with primarily sprites for the art. But come on, just because I don't have to fuck around with cameras doesn't mean the game is good. I mean, I talked about Kirby 64 years ago, and people don't talk about how it's aged well. They talk about how awesome it is that you can make Kirby into a fridge. Mischief Makers was done by a pretty small team. Masato Maegawa is the CEO and founder of Treasure, and was the main programmer on the game, but also did a lot of work in the background, like dealing with the producers at Enix. He's an interesting guy. I was reading an interview with him, and he was talking about working on this Castlevania game for the Game Boy. Said it wasn't very good. Jesus Christ. If you translate that from a polite Japanese businessman to the rest of us, he's just tearing the game to shreds. That was bubbling up in him for years. Hideyuki Suganami was the director. He was also the story writer and the programmer for the enemies and bosses. Lots of hats this guy had to wear, but it makes sense. It's a small studio. Everyone in that environment has to be able to do a bit of everything. I mean, they're not going to hire some guy just for the writing. It's not a charity. Non, or Norio Hanzawa, composed the music. He made great music on the Genesis before, but he feels a bit limited in Mischief Makers. Things are much more minimal sounding in this game. Maegawa has brought up that the N64 was the toughest system for Treasure to develop on, even more than the Saturn, which is really saying something. So I imagine that struggle probably translated to the musical side of things as well. But there's still some great tracks here and there that have a great energy to them. The last main guy I want to talk about is the character designer. He's always credited as Han, but his real name is Tetsuhiko Kikuchi. He did a great job designing the characters in Gunstar Heroes and Guardian Heroes, and he does a great job here too, especially with the main character, Marina. I like her big hands that emphasize grabbing. Her Christmas colors definitely get me into the holiday spirit, and these bunny ear things give her a great silhouette that look nice with the animations. The only time Marina doesn't look great is in these more rendered and detailed scenes, but not even, it's more like this one pose.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Marina!
Are you? She looks so fucked. In game, she looks fine. I think her face is really cute in the portraits, but what is this? Who made this? Did Han make this? He normally draws Marina just fine. She looks great on the box. Did he call in sick this day? The rest of the gang just tried to wing it? He calls in the end of the day, hey guys, how does it look? This is the first thing that greets you when you turn on the game. It's off-putting. It's like one of those how to draw manga books you get when you're 12.
Hi, I'm Bill Connolly with a fun way to draw chibis or chibis, depending on which part of the country you come from.
The game starts off wanting my name and sex and age. I don't know, the age feels a bit personal. Is Marina gonna start asking me trivia questions? You know what's interesting about the game's story? Nothing, I don't give a shit. Instead, I want to talk more about Marina, because she's really fun to move around with. The game uses the D-pad to move, A to jump, and B to grab onto things. And the C buttons activate thrusters in the direction you press. On the surface, it's pretty simple, but Marina's states get complex pretty fast, because you can also double tap directions on the D-pad to activate the thrusters. But they have different properties to them. The D-pad thruster has the higher top speed that's easy to chain by mashing, while the C button thrusters are more convenient to use, but you have to wait for the recovery frames. You can also roll by pressing down twice, and do a slide by holding down and pressing A, which you can then cancel into a jump to carry the momentum. The moveset gives the game a great sense of movement and speed, even for a scrub like me. I'm happy with any game that lets you wave dash like this. You can even moonwalk. You get accused of child rape, and then get acquitted. Yay! You didn't do it! I've seen people say the controls are tough to get a hold on, but there's a lot of guys in these early stages giving you tutorials on things, so I think people just choose to skip them, which I get, you know. When you start a game, you'd rather just get on with it, instead of reading tutorials on how to wiggle your penis up and down. I get they want to teach you all Marina's moveset right away so you can just enjoy the rest of the game fully, and I appreciate that, but a lot of the levels in the first two areas exist to make sure you can do certain things with Marina. Maybe adding some guys next to obstacles that give reminders would have worked better for some players, especially especially since they wouldn't get in the way. The game's dialogue is consistently charming though, even in these tutorials, so at least it has that going for it. This mission where you have to help get the lady's kids under control actually has a great job at helping you get more familiar with the way Marina moves around. It was actually when chasing the eldest kid at the end of this circular path down these long hallways that I intuitively figured out that you can move faster by rapidly pressing forward, almost like actual running.
Oh no, oh fuck!
Even after helping her, she still has to put up this weird passive-aggressive front. Oh, I wonder when my husband is gone. Why isn't he back yet? He's not back yet because you're an ugly piece of shit to dump loads in. This is the game's way of letting you know that there's something extra to do in the stages aside from just finding the exit. You have to solve a puzzle and be decently competent in moving around to find the husband. For your effort, you get a gold gem. This is the game's collectible. It's used weirdly enough on the ending. The more gems you have, the more of it you get to see. You get them from doing these optional challenges around the stages, and also an extra one from getting an average A rank in time. The times are actually pretty strict, so the game really encourages you to replay stages and beat them as fast as you can using Marina's movement options. A lot of stages have a puzzle to solve or condition to meet before showing you the exit. It's not always as simple as just following a path to the end. You have to use your brain a bit. What I don't like though is that sometimes this just amounts to shaking objects until you can find the right thing. There isn't always an indicator for if you need to shake something, so just to be sure you have to shake everything. And every time you do, this voice clip will play every fucking time.
Shake, 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 shake.
You think at some point you get tired of saying it. It can be a real pain with the gold gems especially. Like here you're just supposed to shake the missiles until the gold gem comes out. It's not even like a specific one. I think it's like based on a counter or like some randomly generated sort of fucking atrocity. They should have just made one of the missiles a different color of something. Maybe put it in an inconvenient place with enemies around it. But it seems like they made it like this on purpose. Treasure ones condition you to shake everything you grab. There's a lot of good results that come from shaking things. Sometimes you get goodies from it. It kills some enemies real fast and it can even change up how weapons work. But I'm being rewarded because I press C down. And that's not fun. It feels cheap. Especially when there's a level near the end of the game that actually has you solve some real shit by testing your handle on the mechanics, pattern recognition, and even observing the game's physics. When I solve this, I feel like I'm a real big shot. I wish there were a couple more parts like this instead of just relying on the gimmick. Besides, grabbing in general is what makes this game fun. It makes platforming and combat a lot more interesting. Like when you throw yourself off an object, it'll send Marina at the angle you were holding, which let Treasure build some stages that scale vertically. Marina is a lot more versatile when she's got something in her hands. She can throw it in any 8 directions to deal damage. Some things give her extra mobility or have special properties. Even bosses fully take advantage of it. You have to find a way to grab their attacks and use it against them. It keeps you from having this existential crisis about whether it's worth it or not to pick up an item, especially when you don't have time for that in the more hectic stages. I love how this game forces you into grabbing this hint orb. Like they put it in a previous stage, but it's like they knew no one would want to use it, so they force it into a chain. I mean, maybe these can be useful if you're caught in a jam, but I don't know. I don't like spending money on advice that might not even be useful. Like in Earthbound, there's this guy at these hint booths. Like I never use my money on that shit. I got baseball bats and bracelets to buy. This advice isn't even useful. Like, come on. Where's Mr. Hint? Don't give me important advice like how to lie on my 1040. Mini bosses are cool in this game because you can usually brute force your way through, but there's always some other option that lets you deal extra damage, like hitting them with the girl we're trying to save. God damn. Jesus. Fuck. Marina. More like Katrina. These guys are called Clancers, and they're strangely used as both friendly NPCs and enemy characters under the influence of the antagonist. It can get a bit confusing at first. You're never really sure who's an Eazy-E and who's a Dr. Dre. So I'm pretty sure Marina is causing some collateral damage here. But one guy we know for sure is cool is Terran. He's got Blockman blood, and I really like his hat. But some people seem to get hung up on this bit of dialogue he says.
That's normal. That's pretty normal.
It ticks me off. There's no such thing as a shaking fetish. I looked that shit up, okay? I tried. It's not real. So I try my best to get a boner to her shaking things in the game. My dick didn't move an inch. So shut up! It made me soft. We're also in the desert now. I like when games transition to different environments as the area progresses, but this feels a bit random. With a game like Kirby 64, there's a theme to every world that's never broken, which means I can imagine the transition from one level to another in my head, but it's harder to do here. Also, I think I've experienced enough desert levels in my life, so let's skip ahead a bit and head into Death Mountain. And speaking of that, I was fucking around yesterday with Reconnect 24 on my Wii and was hanging out on the Forecast channel for old time's sake. I always like playing with the globe feature. Just kind of looking around different countries, wondering what it must be like over there right now. Kind of like looking at the weather. It's like just a nice, kind of relaxing experience. What the fuck? Who has a Wii in Guatemala? You gotta get your priorities straight. Why aren't you in Chile already? Wii, I'm playing with my Wii and I'm in Guatemala, you fucking idiot. Why did they even have weather reports in the first place? Who are they fooling? What's today's forecast, Juan? Lava. What's tomorrow's? Lava. This shit's about to get fucked up by a volcano. Oh shit, we have polygons now. This first stage is a mixed bag. I don't like running all the way over here just to activate a switch and then having to backtrack all the way back here. This is the only time the game ever makes you do this also, which makes it even weirder. It picks up steam after though, because there's fire chasing after you. That fire coming in through the background is a cool effect. The end has an interesting segment in a tight space which ramps up the intensity. I'm sure you feel really cool when you get past this without getting hit, but my playthrough was a total wash, so instead I kind of just felt lukewarm. Oh, it's Mrs. Hint when you need her. The stage is built vertically and it kicks ass. But what I love about it is the gold gem. You have to drop the bomb in the right way so you can move ahead of the exploding platforms. But it's not just a simple race. You have to let it get ahead occasionally to squeeze into openings. And at the highest point, you have to keep yourself in the air with the thrusters while waiting for the platform to come down. And to top it all off, after getting the gem, you get to just free fall down to the exit. It's so good. I love the design and the payoff on the entire puzzle. The gold gems are done the best when they're put as an extra challenge at the end of a stage, because it means I don't have to break the flow by stopping what I'm doing just so I can get a gem, like I'm taking a detour. The HUD in this game is a bit odd. At first I thought the blue was like a magic meter, like Marina could do some really cool spells or something. But as it turns out, it's just a stock that's used to refill your health, kind of like layers. And you can replenish it with blue, green, and even gold gems. Red gems are used to buy you a hint or a continue if you die. You can pay 10 to just get 1 bar, or you can pay more for extra bars, but it's a lot more. You can beat every single boss and enemy and stage in this game without taking a single hit. So this is the game's way of calling you a bitch for overspending on life insurance, instead of just learning the stage properly. The HUD takes up a decent amount of the screen, which I like actually. Nowadays devs make the HUD the tiniest little thing and it sucks. Lower resolution games like this had to get creative with preventing info from getting blocked. Here it gets solved by placing it above or below based on what's appropriate for the stage. The choices made were great, it never gets in the way once, and I never even noticed it was moving around until looking over footage. It's also a nice touch that Marina's icon at the top will react to what's happening to her, like when she gets hit, and she'll even blink occasionally, which is fun. Woo! Awesome. Hell yeah! This Bee mini boss is so intense. She can stun you with a hit and just combo the shit out of you. But then she's like trying out new moves. Like as if I'm not already having a bad day, she's got a style on me. But at least the game doesn't waste your time when you fall into lava or mess up. It just puts you right back into it. As it should. I hate when games take forever just to tell me I made a mistake. Like I'm not stupid, I can tell when I messed up. Just let me get on with it. But most games are like, no. Like Jesus, look at what happens when you die in Mario. One thing that instantly kills momentum are these stages where you have no control over the pacing. You kinda just need to wait all the time. There's a couple of them throughout the game, even a couple auto-scrollers. I'm not even a speedrunning guy, but these things are just a drag in any game they're in. And the game wants me to get through stages quickly, but how am I supposed to do that with these ones? It's for the birds. These stages are put right next to these high velocity ones where I have to bust ass or I'm like free falling with Wile E. Coyote noises. It's a bit of a shock. Thankfully they put a spring in this stage just for me that skips everything. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Get the fuck off of my boat. It's sinking. Quit jumping on it. There's lava, assholes. This is like how people were training each other when the Titanic was sinking. His first boss is Megan Sr. and Jr., and it's a great technical effort. Treasure found out they could use 3D space to layer sprites on the Z-axis and animate it appropriately to give depth. It's a really cool technique, and became a great way of limiting polygon use on more limiting hardware like the DS. But the boss isn't just for show, it's insanely fun and escalates beautifully. There's a cool dynamic of trying to juggle dealing with Junior's more direct attacks and Senior's magic, and I love that you have to grab Junior's punch and use it against them. It's like you're taking advantage of their rashness, and the sound effects just make the hits feel even meatier. After beating Senior, it becomes a one-on-one with the monster where he'll fake you out and just try to clobber the shit out of you. Twice. I'm just a chick. Well, at least now that that's done, we got our professor back.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Marina!
Shouldn't this guy be in Dragon Ball? You know, a lot of anime has these gags where like guy gropes some chick and he gets hit with a paper fan and gets a big bump on his head. Whenever I do that, I just get arrested. Now we're introduced to this guy called Leo. I think he runs the Clancer planet, and he sends these guys called the Beast Sector after us, which leads to the professor getting kidnapped again. Sounds good to me, as long as I get to keep having fun. Area 3 is so cool. I love that sunset. Yeah, this is nice. Oh, sorry. Pausing in this game is so intense. But it's a nice touch that they keep the background music going, but just make it a bit quieter while the game is paused. I know a lot of games do this, but I think it's a cool aesthetic choice. It implies you're taking some time away from the game, but it's still there, ready for your next move. It's like an exciting ambience in the background of your life while you take some groceries out of the car, or while you're taking a piss. And you just got this adventurous soundtrack in the back, and you know it's there. Then you come back, unpause the game, and boom! Loud again. You're right back in it. Many levels here have a large focus on these pots. You put some shit in a pot and mix it together to create new things. It can detract a bit from the action to stop and mix things in the pot, but it's a fun novelty and doesn't overstay its welcome at all. The best use of it is definitely this bit where you can make this giant guy and ride on him. At this point in the game, they start mixing things up a bit by having some things change your movement when you grab them, like the spring or the tricycle. It reminds me a bit of Quinoa, which came out at a very similar time. They don't do much with them, but it keeps the game feeling fresh. Some of these must have taken a bit of effort also, like this random stage where you have to direct a missile and keep it from hitting walls. It's tedious to mess up, but the idea of using your position on the missile to direct it is really cool. God damn it, I hate when this shit happens in games. When you manage to outspeed a projectile and hit it from the back, I always run into that fucking arrow in Sonic 2. I don't know why games punish you for this. It should give you points. Yuji Naka should throw his hands up and make a surprise face like, wow, you did it again! Area 3 has a lot of mob fights and mini-bosses, and whenever you beat them, it always says, escaped from trouble. I feel like we just caused it. Getting inside before the rain starts, you know? Running out of the World Trade Center. That's escaping from trouble. If you ask me, this looks more like we just killed the fucking thing. Lunar is awesome for the sole reason that he can catch his bullets. Like every game should let me do that. He's all about bombs and shooting you. Definitely a step above what we fought before. Previously, it's been a lot of bullshit. Bees and dogs and worms. But Lunar's like a real character. He's got a name, he has a unique way of fighting you. He's the first mini-boss where you can't just brute force your way through either. You have to figure out how to use his own attacks against him. It makes him seem like a competent guy who can actually think and defend himself. It's a real fight, instead of a one-sided beatdown where Marina looks like a psycho. The only thing I don't like is the massive amount of snow in my massive anime eyes. I can't see shit, but thankfully it clears up right after, and thank God, because the sports festival's about to start. This is where Area 3 ends up transitioning into, and it's a fun diversion, but I don't get it. I understand sports festivals are a big deal in Japan because everyone has to participate in school, but why do they put it in everything? You don't see Western devs having gym class sections in their games, where in between ducking behind cover and walking to the next waypoint, you have to stop Chad from slapping your ass as he runs by. A lot of the minigames here test your moveset, which makes sense, but one activity feels out of place. The math one. Like even in the triathlon, I gotta solve integrals? This is the most Japanese shit I've ever seen. Do they ever get a break? Like, oh, Nakamura, you wanna join the baseball team? Alright, let's test your swing, see your endurance on the field, and also iterate around the root of this equation using the Newton method on your abacus. But I mean, I should be fine, you know? I mean, I work out at the library. This should be a cinch. Yeah, dumb fucking idiot. Head made of clay. Yeah, that's how old you are. Mentally. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Look, I'm not very good with 7s, okay? I'm not the luckiest guy, so I don't see them often. And, you know, 17, 18, is there really a difference? I mean, it's all legal in Canada. And, you know, I'm kind of tired. I've been having a long day. Pops, just go back to eating your food. These events definitely aren't all that hard. The obstacle course is so easy, it makes me think they made these as a joke. But I have trouble with the meter dashes. I mean, they're not hard to beat, but... God... I'm gonna get arthritis. They make you do 3 of these, and it just gets more and more one-sided as it gets longer. Like, I think Marina won here. It's like PE at the private school. After fucking up the Clancer Cat and Super Dodgeball for the NES, we get to use them to fight Lunar again. This fight is perfect. Getting to ride on missiles is just too cool. There's so many attacks to learn, and 4 phases with different gameplay. Like at first it's nothing crazy, you're just fighting him from the back, but then you have to do a one-on-one with him and bait out moves to punish. And the end is so much fun with you getting to grab a gun and just wail on him. But this boss also makes me realize how much I wish I could quickly restart stages. The game has an emphasis on speedrunning levels and avoiding damage on bosses, and I'm bound to make a lot of mistakes when trying to achieve that. But my only option after making a mistake is to exit the stage and re-enter it. And there's 2 transitions between that and an extra input. I wish I could just bypass all of it and immediately restart the stage with the cutscene already skipped. It could be worse though, at least the game is on a cartridge, so it loads the stage quickly. This was on the Saturn, it'd be a nightmare. Isn't it kind of weird that Kobe Bryant died? Like he was in a helicopter with his daughter and 6 people died. But mostly Kobe Bryant. Every area focuses on a couple of things. Areas 1 and 2 are generally about platforming and getting you used to Marina's moveset. Area 3 puts a lot of emphasis on mixing things in the pot and puzzle solving. And Area 4 is about not knowing where the fuck to go and everything taking forever. The game really tricks you at first because you gotta like outrun a boulder and fight a frog, and you know, they're pretty fast little guys. But then the lady we helped earlier in the game shows up again. And that stage was cool because it tested our movement abilities and every kid had a unique little challenge to overcome. But now we just fight some enemies. You like fighting this one? Yeah! Well, good, because you have to do it 2 more times. But it's not enough to be fighting the same couple enemies. I gotta get lost while finding them. You gotta ride up these things if you want to go up too. I mean, the idea of going up an elevator and causing havoc is the coolest shit, but this isn't how you do it. So after all this, you're like, holy shit, can they pick up the pace a bit? No, because now for story purposes, you have to play as Terran. Look, I appreciate that they want to give some variety by having you play some levels as him, but come on, all he does is punch. That's not fun. Let me play as Marina again. Oh man, the heat is too hot on the player after that scorching level. We have to cool things down a bit. People must be getting tired of playing as the grabbing robot in the grabbing video game. It's not happening. That's not even the issue. I just want some fun levels to play. Even as boss, it's like something's not right. Like, I'm not doing anything crazy, speedrunning strats or some shit. I just thought, well, you know, kicking's a good option. I guess I'll try that. But they want to, like, congratulate me by having her blow up all over the screen. Don't patronize me. Even they weren't super confident in this area because they filled it with their worst mini-bosses. Like, this mole is the worst one in the game. Especially if you want the yellow gem, you gotta jump on him over and over. It's completely random as to if he'll spit it up also. It can take dozens of tries. It's horrific. Almost as horrific as the ghost hunting stage. Ooh, because it's Ghost, get it? Now don't get me wrong, I like the idea of being on the Discovery Channel, but this stage just doesn't do it for me. You have to constantly backtrack and get bombs to blow up everything for Ghost to pop out. It's just not fun for the most part. The only stage that really gets the maze elements working well is the last one, where you have to teleport around and use hints from Clancers to get out of the loops to advance. I actually had to think for these, so it was actually satisfying to solve them. Overall though, it's just a letdown of an area. But hey, you know, Lunar was an awesome boss fight, so I'm sure Taurus won't disappoint. In fact, in the earlier mini-boss, he was actually okay. Throwing him at the wall was fun. He's kind of a grappler, you know, he's got things going for him. And I'm sure this will be even better. He can make up for all of this.
It's Taurus time!
Yeah, that's right. It's Taurus time! Holy shit, Taurus stinks! Like, using your thruster to move the cannon is so cool, but why is this so easy? I was out of practice when recording this game, but I was still able to beat it no damage on my second attempt.
To punish evil forces, I am the star!
Oh, they made a mistake. But the final area makes up for everything, and they really want to let you know. They got this triumphant music in the back, and there's so much chaos. Sometimes this game just goes balls deep and throws you into Vietnam war zones. You just gotta go in there, titties hanging. So much shit just gets thrown at you and you're just kicking and splashing and trying to survive through all the explosions and bad guys. Makes me happy that Treasure doesn't just have enemies hurt you because they exist. Be a clusterfuck. This area has 4 stages and 4 fucking bosses. This is definitely the climax. They went all out. Only one of them is a mini boss, and it's like the best one in the game. You gotta fight the last member of the Beast Sector, Mirko. What makes him so cool is dealing with his weapons. You gotta grab him at the right time to steal his sword and shield. That's how the noise he makes when he gets hit. What? Oh! Got a parking ticket. Oh! Burn my tongue on a hot pocket. His second fight with the mech is even better. You're in a free fall and have to manage getting his weapons again while also avoiding the drill. In the second phase, finding openings to grab the head and hitting Mirko with it like a rubber band is so satisfying. They even throw in some bullet hell stuff. It's such a creative fight. It even ends with having to grab a missile from the background as it comes towards you, which doesn't happen anywhere else in the game. Leo himself is a simple fight, but the visual effects are great, and I like the idea of shaking the bad words and turning them good. But they knew they couldn't end it with that. I mean, that's just too tame. The last boss has to be this giant combined mech with does all this crazy shit in the background, and it's like 20 times your size. This area is just such a ride. Can't believe Kobe Bryant is still dead. But there's one thing that bugs me about this area. The stages. Half of them just involve riding some animal and dodging things. And the other 2 are just straight lines with evil henchmen and big brain blast cum puzzles. The reason it bums me out is because at this point in the game, I have a really good grasp on how Marina feels and controls. But these just feel like a waste of that mastery. I don't blame Treasure for leaning on their strengths for this last area. They excel at action gameplay. But even the puzzles here get a better send-off. In fact, as the game goes on, platforming gets less and less prevalent in the stage design. It actually reached its peak all the way back in the second area. If we go back there's all these hazardous things like lava pits. You know, fire is shooting out. You gotta grab onto things at the right time and quickly outrun the platforms collapsing. In the 5th area, there's not a single pit. Not a single thought-out jump needs to be made. There ain't a pebble in the road blocking my way. The stages have the opportunity to really push me as a player, but just don't for whatever reason. I brought up Klonoa earlier, but those games all have at least one extra stage where they mix all the mechanics together to create some really difficult puzzle platforming stages. The stage design gets pushed to its limit. They test your understanding of not just how Klonoa works, but even the physics of these enemies. They're some of the most fun levels in any game I've ever played. And Mischief Makers is capable of doing a lot more with its character. Klonoa just has his ring. Marina's got like rocket thrusters and can wave dash. They just could have explored this stuff more, because while this last area is great, I can't help but feel like it's a retreat into a comfort zone. It'd be like if in Mario he just oh wait. Yeah, I forgot. Mario's not here. He got coronavirus. But can I really complain when the bosses are this much fun? No, I really can't. Treasure are just too good at action games. They're too good at bosses. Like, I'm barely playing the same game I was in Area 2, but I'm just having way too much fun to give a shit. Started flossing. Maybe I'm just thinking about it wrong. Every stage in Mischief Makers is like a little vignette. There's always something different going on in them. As much as I may want to see more intense platforming, I don't think the game is really about progressing the complexity. I think they just wanted to try everything. And this last area is almost like showing off. Yeah. Like after all the time spent trying different things out, they really want to show you what they're the most confident in doing for the finale. It leads to a game with a bit of everything, and it never lets you get bored. Even the ending is fun. As you get more gems, you get to see more of it, and it just gets sillier and more nonsensical as it goes on, eventually leading to all the Beast Sector and Marina turning into humans for literally no reason. It's just good fun like the rest of the game. After Mischief Makers, Treasure would go on to bigger things like Bangai-O, Ikaruga, and the Sin and Punishment series. But Mischief Makers really shows off their diversity as developers. And with 3D being more standard now, I can't help but wish for a sequel where they could play around with things more, especially since they wouldn't have the N64 hardware limiting them. At the very least, a remaster would be great. The game is still limited to 25-year-old hardware, making it harder to play as time goes on. And the licensing is so fucked. It was made by Treasure, but it's published by Enix and Nintendo, which is probably preventing it from getting re-released. And it wasn't very successful in the first place, so it's not even really worth it for Treasure. But even if they could, this game was exclusive, which means they probably did a lot of hardware-specific work with the N64. So a lot of the code is dependent on the MIPS architecture, which no modern computer uses. Like, what a pain in the ass. Now they have to translate all of that onto x86, or just say fuck it and try to translate the whole game into like an engine or a framework, just so Marina can do her catchphrase and they can make $10 from the Steam page. I don't know. Maybe not a law, but like there should be a cultural standard that the industry follows. Like after 30 years, your game source code should be made public. But that doesn't seem practical, you know? There'd definitely be people losing money from that. And most devs seem to have this issue where they treat their source code the same way guys with the post-nut blues treat their porn folder. Especially teacher gets titty fucked by Professor Ass Blaster. And the license would need to be changed if that happens. What the fuck would it be? GPL? That shit would be controversial. Emulation has come a long way, and maybe I just need to live with the fact that this is just the only way of doing things. But I like to dream that every game could be an executable file available on every operating system, and you could just click on Mischief Makers and play that shit on any computer. It could even create an industry. Companies and independent projects of sophisticated intellectuals who specialize in MIPS and COBOL would translate these newly open source games onto modern hardware. It would be a noble profession, one respected by everybody in the industry. They would be hailed as heroes, like firefighters. Yeah, that shit's never happening. But Mischief Makers is cool, so get an N64 and play it.
Space Station Silicon Valley is a charming little N64 game that I wish I saw more people talk about. I mean, it's not that obscure, all things considered. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm the first person to shine a spotlight on this game. There's only like 400 N64 games total. Not that many compared to the PS1 for instance, so I'm pretty sure all the remotely playable ones have been identified by now. Still, I don't see this game getting mentioned that often, so I feel compelled to give it some attention. The game stars two heroes for hire, Dan Danger and Evo the Robot. After being lost in space for 1,000 years, the eponymous Space Station Silicon Valley has returned, and our heroes are sent to investigate. After getting into an argument about music, they end up crash landing, during which Evo's body is shattered into pieces, leaving him as a tiny, vulnerable microchip. In order to get his body back, he has to inhabit the bodies of the robot animals of the space station. This is the central gimmick of the game, the ability to swap bodies between different kinds of robotic animals. The game is divided into a number of stages, spread across 4 biomes: Europe, Ice, Jungle, and Desert, each with a completely different set of animals to play as. Levels aren't just typical linear get from point A to point B platforming stages, they require the player to complete a set of objectives in order to activate the exit teleporter first. These range from solving some sort of puzzle to killing all of a certain type of animal. Each stage has different objectives to keep things fresh. You're always doing something different. Actually, one of the reasons I'm making this video is because I haven't replayed this game since I was a kid. I'm basically just giving myself an excuse to play it again. Huh. Okay, well, it seems to be freezing at the same part of the opening logo sequence every single time I try to play it. That's weird. I guess there's something wrong with my copy of the game or something. So here, let's just immediately buy a new copy of the game like a dumbass and... oh? What's that? The exact same thing is happening? That's so weird. It's almost like there's something wrong with my N64 or something. So what, I can't play the game? Well, actually, if I had used my brain for 2 seconds, I would have realized you can actually just hold start to skip these logo sequences. There. Problem solved. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. You see, there's a specific part of the first cutscene that will always crash the game, too. This cutscene is unskippable and plays whenever you start a new save file. So as far as I can tell, if your cartridge is brand new or just has no save files for whatever reason, you're fucked. But as long as you have a single save file that's past the intro cutscene, you're okay. Except, there's actually another place the game crashes every single time, and that would be the first second of the first level. Yeah, if you select the first stage, the screen will fade to black and then immediately freeze. So, damn, I guess the whole game is just totally broken, huh? Well, actually, these are the only 3 places I've found that cause the game to crash. Admittedly, I didn't go through the entire game, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were more, but I didn't find any. If you have a save file past the intro cutscene, even if you haven't beaten the first level, which won't load, you can still use cheat codes to unlock the rest of the stages, and none of them have any issues as far as I can tell. At the very least, you can load into all of them, unlike the first stage. So if you don't mind not being able to watch the opening cutscene or play the first level and have at least one save file that's already been started, then technically there's no problem. So, okay, why is this happening? Well, I assure you, the reason is incredibly stupid. Believe it or not, it's this thing right here. The Nintendo 64 expansion pack. Out of every single N64 game, this is the only one which has any sort of problems with the expansion pack. A fair amount of games can utilize it, but only 2 games actually require it to run, Majora's Mask and DK64, which is where I got mine from, of course. Even when I'm not playing DK64, it still manages to find a way to fuck me over. Well played, Rare. Well, I guess I better take this thing out. How the fuck am I supposed to remove this thing? Let me just check the official Nintendo website's page on the N64 expansion pack installation process, see if it has any tips. The N64 expansion pack is designed to work with all N64 game packs, even those which do not use the expansion features. Once the expansion pack is installed, it is normally not necessary to remove it from the control deck. Gee, thanks a lot, you don't have to rub it in, Nintendo, you pricks. Well, there's no info specifically on removing the expansion pack, but let's see what they have to say about removing the jumper pack, the thing that originally came in the expansion slot. Oh, of course. I just have to use my jumper pack ejector tool. I guess it's this little piece of plastic. Well, I definitely don't have one of those. Am I just screwed? If you do not have a jumper pack ejector tool, you may use a small spoon to remove the jumper pack. Oh, gee. Thanks, Nintendo. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of using a fucking spoon. Okay, well actually it's not too hard to get out after all. Although personally I would recommend using a butter knife instead, even though it's not the official Nintendo approved utensil. Okay, perfect. Now let's just boot up the game and oh wait. Of course, the system doesn't fucking work without a jumper pack. If you do remove the expansion pack, you will need to reinsert the jumper pack for the system to operate. Wonderful. I don't know where my fucking jumper pack is. It literally serves no function once you have the expansion pack outside of this one specific instance of wanting to play this one game. So what the hell does the jumper pack even do? According to Wikipedia, it serves no functional purpose other than to terminate the RAM bus in the absence of the expansion pack. I don't exactly know what all those words mean or what the hell a RAM bus is, but basically I can tell I'm getting fucked here. So I guess I'll just buy another one of these too, like an asshole. Also, it turns out some copies of the game have no issues with the expansion pack. Finally, after all that, I got the game running on actual hardware. Fuck this, I'm just gonna use an emulator. Okay, but after all that bullshit, I still wanted to know, why is this happening in the first place? After looking around enough, I finally found an explanation from a reliable source, some guy on 4chan. Hopefully this explanation will satisfy you if you're like me and you always wanted to know the root cause of this glitch. In the past I've avoided emulating this game as most of the major emulators I've tried like Project 64 or Mupen 64 Plus seem to have some kind of graphical issues. The emulator I've found that works best for this game is BizHawk 2.3 with a Glide Video plugin. Normally I don't feel the need to be so specific with my emulator recommendations, but I don't want to recommend this game and then have a bunch of people go try to emulate it and play some shitty glitched out version. The graphics aren't particularly impressive, but they have a certain charm to them. The humor and style of the game was actually shaped by hardware limitations. In a great Game Sutra article, programmer Grant Salvona recalls, "Our artists were using Silicon graphics workstations to create the character models, and on their monitors these appeared crisp and sharp, but when we rendered them on the N64 dev boards they always appeared in soft focus, slightly smudged due to the inbuilt anti-aliasing. Someone commented that they looked almost like they were made of plasticine, so we went with a Wallace and Gromit look. Certainly Wallace's crazy inventions provided some inspiration for our level design." The game definitely has a very cheeky British sense of humor. The game features dead scientists in certain levels, one mission requiring you to collect their severed heads. The mission objectives are also quite amusing. They come from Dan directly, and instead of feeling like some logical, coherent set of goals, sometimes it feels like you're just indulging his random whims. The game has a very pleasant and catchy soundtrack. One amusing little detail about this game that I really like is the music is diegetic. It actually exists in the game world. It's coming out of these speakers you can find across the stages of the game. As you move further away from the speakers, the music gets quieter, and if a stage doesn't have any speakers, then it doesn't have any music, like the sewer level. Hell, you can even blow up the speakers of certain animals, allowing you to remove the music from the stage entirely if you want. In fact, one of the stages even has this as a specific objective because Dan was getting sick of the music in that level. The fact that animals bob their heads and the speakers thump to the beat is also a nice little touch. So outside of an animal body, Evo can skitter around as a little microchip, but in this form your health slowly drains, so it's best to stay inside of an animal whenever possible. To take control of an animal, first you have to kill it, but it's okay because they're just robots. Well, I mean, I guess you're also a robot in this game, but don't worry, it's not like they can talk and have personalities and fall in love and stuff. Oh wait, actually, I guess they do that as shown in the game's opening sequence, but, you know, whatever, just don't think about it. Like I said, you know, British sense of humor. There are 42 different playable animals in this game. I won't go over every single one, but some of my favorites include the spring ram, the bear, the boxing kangaroo, the racing tortoise, and the hyena, who attacks by laughing his opponents to death. I also really like the king rat. Regular rats will swarm around him and follow him, and one of his abilities is to send them out to attack in a swarm. The king penguin also has a similar ability. Each animal has different stats which you can view when you first take control of them or by bringing them to one of these screens. The green bar represents your health, while the blue bar represents the health of the enemy you're attacking. The two bubbles represent the energy for your abilities, one for the A and B button. Some abilities like the racing dog's homing missiles take energy, which regenerates slowly over time, while some basic abilities like jumping don't use energy at all. The game has some interesting puzzles to solve, and you can get pretty creative with solutions. You don't have to be a genius to figure out some of the more advanced techniques like stacking dead animals in order to carry them around, or using microchip Evo to get into the smaller locations. You can also take advantage of the natural food chain or ecosystem of a level. Like if you start as a mouse, instead of just attacking the racing dog head on and dying to its missiles, you can bait the dog into fighting with the ram first and lowering both of their health, allowing you to inhabit the body of whoever lost the fight and use it to finish the job. Or you can use the stage hazards like this falling box to kill the dog. Typically animals won't attack members of their own species unless attacked first. Some of the levels aren't that amazing, like the sewers level, or this level where you have to bomb all the turrets, or this stupid fucking fish level. But most of the levels are really fun and inventive scenarios. One issue I have with the game is there's no checkpoint feature of any kind. If you die at any point, you're gonna have to restart the whole level again from the beginning. Now this isn't a huge problem since none of the missions are that long, but it can be very frustrating to die near the end of a stage, and there are certain situations which you can die very quickly. I know suggesting using emulator functions to compensate for a game's shortcomings is totally cheating, and normally I would balk at such a suggestion, but I'm just trying to ease people into a game that might lack some features we take for granted in a modern title. My two main issues with the game are the slow-ass movement speed of some animals, and no checkpoints, and both of these issues can be fixed with a very light dose of speed up and save states when necessary. I'm not saying you have to be one of those assholes who drops a new save state every 10 seconds, but if a level is really busting your balls, feel free to give yourself a checkpoint after completing one of the objectives or something. If you can play and enjoy the game without them, then great. I'm just saying if the alternative is you not enjoying the game, then go ahead. The game was released to critical acclaim, but unfortunately it didn't sell particularly well. Why is that? If it's so great, why didn't more people buy the game? Well, according to Salvona, one of the reasons why had to do with when it launched. Nintendo worked on a scheme of dividing their marketing budget into quarters. They would have a big push for 4 games a year. Space Station Silicon Valley was initially penciled in for Q1 1998 release when it would have received the promotion it deserved. Unfortunately, it slipped to a Q3 release when Nintendo put all their advertising behind their own Ocarina of Time release. Sales definitely suffered due to it being released at the same time as Zelda. As stated earlier, the game is divided into discrete stages, but is not completely linear. Once you finish 3 stages in a biome, you unlock the next one, meaning that if you get tired of a certain set of animals, you can go do some stages in a different area if you want. The game doesn't feature traditional boss levels. Instead, the final stage of each area features a special challenge that presents some kind of unique scenario. For the Euro section, there's this cute little dogfight arena where you play as a dog plane. As long as you figure out you can recharge your health in these trenches, it's not too bad. For the ice area, they have Wall Race 64, which is self-explanatory. Not bad, but it's just a race, nothing too special. The desert area has a boxing minigame. Also not bad, and the kangaroo's combat is definitely better than some of the other animals, but ultimately this is just some normal combat. Unfortunately, the one for the jungle section is not very good at all. In the biggest departure from the game's main style of gameplay, you're forced into this auto-scrolling shooter section, and with the N64 controls, it's just not that great. But hey, it's just one stage, and the whole point of these final stages is to experiment and change things up. Not all of them are going to be winners. Once you complete all 4 bonus stages and collect Evo's body, you gain access to the final stage, the big celebration parade. Because the whole game is just about trying to get Evo's body back, there's not really any kind of main antagonist. It's just you against the wildlife of the space station in general. They sort of poke fun at this in the finale, where you're forced to confront the evil brain, who has never once been mentioned before this sequence. They tease you like it's going to be a boss battle or something, but you just use your laser on him and then he immediately explodes. The real finale is running around on Earth, destroying the escaped animals and using Evo's newly rebuilt body. This is the only mission which actually uses Evo's robot body, and it's pretty fun just running around blowing up animals with your laser beam. Evo's status in this mission depends on how many of the game's power cells you've picked up. Less than 250 and you get the bronze body, which is the weakest. If you did get at least 250, you get the silver body, and if you collected all 390 power cells, you get a gold body for Evo, which is the strongest and has the most health. The game gives you a fairly generous time limit, but when you're down to the last few animals, it can be kind of a pain trying to track them down. And after you're done killing them all, that's it. Just a self-aware joke about the mild anticlimax followed by a credits roll. In addition to the main objectives, every stage also has a secret objective which you have to figure out for yourself, and upon completion you're rewarded with a gold trophy. These objectives can be anything from winning a race, to jumping through all the rings, to killing all the animals in a stage. Sometimes you have to solve some kind of puzzle, possibly involving switches. They range in quality. Sometimes the challenge is a unique and interesting objective specific to the current map or scenario, and sometimes it's just kill all the scorpions, or kill all the scorpions again. If you collect all the trophies, you unlock a little bonus game, but you won't be doing that because in the stage Fat Bear Mountain, somehow the developers failed to notice that it's impossible to collect the trophy. You can complete the secret objective and get the trophy to spawn, you can even reach it, but somehow they forgot to activate the hitbox, so you simply pass right through it. Wow, a single spinning golden collectible permanently standing between me and 100% completion. Well, luckily I'm a mature adult, and that's not really the kind of thing that bothers me. Seriously though, come on DMA Design, how did you guys not notice this? I mean, sheesh, with coding this shoddy, there's no way these guys are still around, right? I mean, I don't remember playing any games by DMA recently, do you? Let me just check online real quick to make sure these guys have gone out of business. Oh. Actually, it turns out these guys are still around, and they're one of the most successful, profitable, critically acclaimed game development studios of all time. Probably know them better by their current name, Rockstar North of GTA and Red Dead Redemption fame. First Rare, now Rockstar. Goddamn cheeky British devs. Learn how to program your games properly, you wankers! Although I guess now that you mention it, I do see the similarities between this and GTA. Hopping between different animal bodies isn't fundamentally that different from hopping between cars. So is the bonus game just unplayable? Well, fortunately the developers had the foresight to include cheat codes, one of which can be used to unlock this extra game. And to be honest, this bonus game is nothing special. It's just a little horizontal shmup or asteroids type game. Cute but not much depth to it. I guess on the other hand it's better than no reward. But the real joy of collecting the trophies is knowing you're a 100% completion cool guy, or a 99% completion in this case. Something I thought was pretty cool is there's a patch you can download by romhacking.net user Azidual, which fixes both the trophy hitbox issue and the expansion pack issue, as well as including a language select screen for the NTSC version. Interestingly, despite the fact the game was only released in North America and Europe, there exists a completed Japanese translation of the game inaccessible in every copy, which can be activated with some simple GameShark codes. Speaking of cheat codes, remember them? Weren't they fun? Not just the nice utility of having level select and infinite health and whatnot, but devs used to include completely pointless and stupid cheat codes, and this game is no exception. Like, check out this cheat which screws with the camera and makes your animal rapidly grow and shrink. Or this one which gives your animal a tiny body and big head. This one gives you unlimited energy but flips the camera upside down. What the hell is the point of any of this? Just for a laugh. There's also an interesting cheat which appears to shake the screen but otherwise has no effect. But actually, if you enter this cheat while playing as the bear, you transform into a juggling unicycle bear, an animal not seen in the normal game. You can see him in one of the game's alternate intros though. If you hold A or B when starting the game, then instead of getting the normal DMA logo sequence, you'll get one of two alternate intros, one of which features the unicycle bear. But he's not actually featured anywhere in the main game, or so I thought. It turns out there's one brief, incredibly easy to miss appearance right at the start of the stage, the control room. This is a stage which features a lot of bears, and immediately after starting the stage, if you go forward, you can see a unicycle bear go past, and if you're incredibly quick, you can actually get around the corner and watch him explode and despawn. There's not too much pre-release information available for this game, apart from a handful of screenshots which look quite different from the final game. You can see a number of different UI elements that were in development, from a health bar at the top of the screen to one in the bottom left that looks closer to the final design. Based on some of the animal renders seen in magazines, it seems at some point in development there's going to be a playable alligator, as well as some kind of blue kangaroo. These blue kangaroos are also barely able to be made out at the bottom of this beta image of the desert area. I also wanted to see if there was any video of this game while it was still in development. In this E3 1997 footage, you can see the UI and stage textures look completely different, and more than that, it actually shows footage of a playable flying fox which only appears as an enemy in the final game. It also features footage of a playable frog, which again only appears as an enemy during the final level. In the footage, he also just instantly changes animals instead of swapping bodies as Microchip Evo, but I'm gonna guess this was just for gameplay demonstration purposes for the footage. I looked around, but this 1 minute long clip from E3 97 seems to be the only beta footage that DMA publicly showed off before the game's release. But actually it turns out there's one more piece of publicly available beta footage from an unlikely source. Oddly enough, the music video for the song Twift by the German electronic music duo Mouse on Mars is made up entirely of beta footage from the game. According to an email published by Unseen64 from one of the producers of the video, they met DMA while filming interviews for a German and French TV art special on virtual designs. Apparently they were able to convince them to send a beta cartridge of the game to capture some footage for the music video they were working on. You can see all sorts of large areas that aren't present in the final game, like this massive cave area, a lot of shots of the unicycle bear, non-racing mice that appear to have feet like rabbits and can walk around, and some sort of helicopter mouse. Most shots seem to have this timer at the bottom which wasn't present in the final game. There's some pretty interesting stuff in here, and it seems like this is from pretty early in development. I had no idea until I started making this video, but apparently there's a shitty PS1 port that came out 2 years later only in Europe called Evo's Space Adventures, which is a much worse title for the record, and it totally looks like shit and has worse music. And despite being on a CD-ROM, it's actually missing a few levels from the original. DMA had nothing to do with this awful port, and it was handled by some studio called Runecraft. The frame rate is abysmal, the controls are sluggish, and the draw distance is genuinely pitiful. It's honestly difficult to truly convey how bad a port this is. The intro cutscene is replaced with a pre-rendered FMV in this version, which is kind of interesting at least. There was also a Game Boy Color version, which is, you know, fine I guess. It's a Game Boy Color game. Maybe I'll take a more thorough look at this version someday, but I'm not really feeling it right now. You know, there's not a huge Space Station Silicon Valley community out there, but it does have its fans, so I feel like I should give a shout out to Mikhail, who runs the game pretty regularly on Twitch. He also ran it at SGDQ 2015, and has a nice little series of videos on YouTube showing how neat things you can do in the game. Like here in the first level, you can push this box over to this speaker, then if you jump and bark at the same time, you get launched up here. And you can find the area used in the opening cutscene. I love shit like that. So I guess the point of this video is, god damn it, why aren't there more body swap games? It's such a good premise for a video game. I mean, don't get me wrong, Space Station Silicon Valley didn't invent the concept. It can be seen in older titles like Paradroid for the Commodore 64, in which you must defeat robots by either destroying them or taking them over, or Taito's Avenging Spirit, a nifty little arcade game which allows you to possess enemies. But I really want to see this mechanic used more. Like, yeah, sure, it saw some mainstream attention in Mario Odyssey, and don't get me wrong, I really like the possession mechanic in that game, as you could probably guess. But to be fair, you spend the vast majority of that game as regular Mario, because he's just so much more versatile. Only taking control of enemies for brief situational moments, they kind of feel more like stage gimmicks in a way. And that's totally fine, nothing wrong with that. It's probably the best way to implement that feature into a traditional 3D Mario game. But it's like the opposite of Space Station Silicon Valley, where your base form is the weakest, least desirable state to be in, making the focus much more on the complex web of potential hosts and their interactions, you know? I guess I should give a shout out to the game Tokyo Jungle, which is not a body swap game exactly, but probably the most like Silicon Valley in the sense it's a game about playing as a bunch of different kinds of animals. It seemed to get okay reviews, but I haven't actually played it yet. I think it's a PS3 and Vita exclusive, so I can't definitively comment on it one way or another, but it definitely seems interesting. Although it's trying to be a different kind of game from Silicon Valley, which is fine too. Still, I'd love to see a more modern take on Space Station Silicon Valley. Maybe if GTA Online ever stops printing money, we can convince Rockstar to make it. Till then, maybe give this game a try if any of this looked interesting to you.
What the dog doing?
I wanna